Hey friends, welcome. Hey, we're getting started with another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. Slant lead, but tonight, of course, in the PMDG 737-800 series, but an adventure nonetheless, I'm sure. Thank you for joining us We appreciate you, and we'll be getting underway here shortly. We are flying in a That USA Friday Night Ops event, but it is another one, and man, it seems like they've really gone above and beyond this year with partnering with other divisions during the Friday Night Ops event series to allow us to have a bunch of different new and exciting places outside of the lower 48 to fly to. This is another one of those, and it is a Caribbean edition. We get the VAT USA website over here. I got my side screen laid out a little bit differently tonight because we're outside of the continental US and outside of the area where FAA charts cover everything. Actually, San Juan has FAA charts, but not everywhere else. Here it is. It's going to flash past here, the Caribbean Island Getaway Friday Night Ops event starting just moments ago. Featured airports tonight are San Juan and St. Thomas. We are going to visit both of those. In fact, we're at San Juan right now. We look at VATSIM radar. This is where we are. And our first route is programmed in. What we're going to do is we're going to go San Juan down south and east to Martinique, and then back to the north and west to St. Thomas. So we will be visiting both of the featured airfields tonight. We'll not be making a stop at Princess Juliana, which is, of course, one of my favorite ones to go to, but it's also the favorite of many other flight simmers, and figured it to be crowded, but also figured it would be nice to spread the love a little bit and go visit someplace that we don't always go to. But this is this is the set of featured airfields, and it's only about 60 miles in between. And of course, we could always do some sort of a flight in a lower and slower aircraft, but I figured just rotation-wise, we were due for a night of airline ops in the PMDG 737-800 series. I have not yet even flown that with my new rudder pedals. So that was one thing I had to do, was update my control configuration. So it's been that long since we've been in the aircraft, and I figured we were due for that. And so that is where we are going to start from and head to tonight. And then St. Thomas would be our final destination. Oh, it looks like Malicious One is on his way in. So we'll see him momentarily. See him here in the chat as well. And yeah, we'll say some highs in the chat here in just a moment. I also want to get us started on our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure. It's a side project that we do on every single stream to collaboratively generate an image which becomes the thumbnail image that we use to represent the stream when we upload it to YouTube later. And I start with just a setting that is representative of what we're doing on the live stream that night, and then you guys, once you see it, can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then you can suggest an addition or modification to our Slant Artwork Adventure. There we are. Myself depicted by the El Moro castle. It's got a full name. I forget the full name of it, but it is known colloquially as El Moro. I did see this. I didn't do a tour of it with my wife. This is another location. San Juan is another city that my wife and I have visited on a cruise before. But we went past this and probably saw it from about this distance, but we did not do a tour of it. But it was interesting to see. Beautiful location. Of course, so many destinations in the Caribbean are so beautiful. So, but yeah, so it was one that we've seen from approximately that angle and distance, and there's what we'll start our Slant Artwork Adventure tonight. And again, like I said, you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And once you do so, we'll find out how you would like to add to or modify that image. Kenny Monster is here, as we mentioned. We got JJ stopping in. JJ, good to hear from you. And Tempo Lizard says, it's good to catch a stream. I'm checking in from Ireland. Yeah, no, I guess I'm on a little late for you most times, but good to see you here, and thank you for joining us. Hopefully I don't keep you up too late, but thank you for whatever portion you're able to join us for this evening. All right, let's go ahead and get started, guys. 2 legs to go in our American Airlines 737. This would be probably a pretty atypical itinerary for American to fly. American does service all three of these locations, but I think serving it in the order that I'm serving it in would be just a little bit unusual. Now, okay, all right, we were just giving the cockpit a moment to initialize, but it looks like our controls are all working. Rudder pedals may not be because we have no hydraulics just yet, but they do move. Okay, that's good. All right, very good. Well, we're ready to get started then. Okay, we'll start by. Wait a minute. Do we not have any of my? Yeah, this is a new variant of the plane, that I haven't flown before. So I guess that means I'm going to have to set up all my camera controls again. That's slightly annoying. Set view 3 to be here. Set view 2 be not too many views I need in this aircraft. It'd be great to get an angle of that that's the speed brake handle's not in the way of. Monday, CSS is here. Monday. All right, so there's 1, there's 3, there's 2. And this will be 0, but we'll bring it down just a little bit. All right, there's that. So 1, 3, 2, 0, and then we just need one of the overhead here. And then I think we're good. I think we'll be ready to roll. I don't know why. I think, like I said, I think it's just that this specific variant, whether it's winglets or non-winglets or split scimitar winglets or whatever, for whatever reason, I have not actually flown this exact version of the plane before, which is kind of surprising, but I guess it could be true. Okay, so I think that'll suffice as our overhead. So let's just make sure all that works. 1, 3, 2, 0, and then 4. 1. Okay, I think we're good. Blueberry 711's here as well. Good to have you guys aboard. Pile in, enjoy. And let's get ready to go here. All right, down to the FMC now that we can see it. Let's go to menu, flight sim actions. Let's go to ground services. Wheel chocks are already set. That's good. Let's go ahead and request ground power and ATC. Do I like this view or do I prefer it? Yeah, let's adjust. Because I don't think we need to see both units. I think we can just see the one here. Okay, so there's 1, there's 2, 0. Okay, yeah, I like that better. All right, so ground power is connected. Ground AC is connecting. Go back and we'll open all the. Well, so that one's already open. I don't worry about the arming and disarming. A cabin crew handles that. The captain doesn't. So we can just leave just the entry door open. But we'll go to the next page. Okay, cargo and equipment hatches are all open as well. So that's good. So that's all ready for us to go. Let's go back to ground services and make sure ground power and air conditioning are indeed on. Okay, good. We'll go back and we'll set the payload and fuel. Payload, I just hit random. but I hit random enough times to get a reasonable random number rather than a stupidly low random number. Ooh, that's going to be a nice full one there. We'll go with that one. Let's go back. Fuel I have calculated for this 2-leg journey that we need 24,500 pounds, and that's enough for both. We will not be taking on additional fuel at Martinique. So that should be enough to cover both, plus alternates, reserves, and contingencies. Yeah, time to go. Richard Peak says, CB Flyer. Yeah, our mix is running just slightly enriched tonight, so. Cheers. So 24.5 is what I've got set. Yeah, let's good. We're good there. And then let's jump up top and start powering up. Battery on and guarded. Emergency exit lights on and guarded. Position lights can go to steady. And logo and wheel well lights can come on as well. Ground power bus can go active. And then we can set the IRS knobs to align. And I can't remember whether I have that set to a realistic time or the short time. Doesn't matter. We'll come back later and get those up and running. Let's retrieve our ATIS information. Oops, was meant to be clicked in here. All right, ATIS information. Juliet is current 080 at 15 knots, so we're going to be taking off to the east. 3008. Temps 29, which is nice warm day. Mid 80s, right? Yeah, mid 80s. Approaching runway 10, departing runway 8. So we'll go back here. We know we're going to depart runway 8, so we'll fill that in. That'll help us program our route as well. So 3008 and runway 8. All right, hang on. There was one other thing I needed to do here. I don't remember what it was now. 3008 and runway 8. Oh yeah, so we filed for. Let's go to the Jets 1 departure. So off of runway 8, looks like we're going to be a 060, and transition's 18,000 now. Is there an initial climb? Maintain 5,000. Okay, so on this departure, we'll maintain 5,000. Expecting clearance to our foul cruise 10 minutes after departure. So 5,000 initial climb. We don't yet know what the departure frequency is going to be, but we know we're going to be departing on runway 8, and we know the heading. This is one of those things, this is what I always like to say. Don't always assume that your instruction is to fly runway heading and then wait to be told. First of all, don't automatically turn to the point jets. Secondly, don't assume your task is to fly runway heading until told to turn to jets. The departure tells you what to do, and in this case, it is neither direct to jets nor runway heading. So it is important that you look at the departure that you are filing and being cleared upon to make sure you understand what it tells you to do. All right. What do you say, guys? Let's talk to somebody. Let's go ahead and set the altimeters 3008, both sides, and then also in the standby. We want to be in inches, yeah. 3008. Okay, yeah, that is there. 3008. And then 3008 on the FO side as well. FA and FO. Okay. Alright, are we ready to switch into nav mode? Yeah, these are flashing. We can go ahead and pop them into nav mode, and then when we initialize the FMC, we should get... Well, I mean, let's do that now. Let's go into the FMC. We'll clear the message here. The position initialize. Let's go to the next page. Our GPS coordinates agree. That's always a good thing. Paste that in there, and then we'll go to the route. So before we punch it in, let's make sure we get clear upon what we file. We don't know that for sure. So at the very least, we've got our displays up and running now. That's a good thing. Let's see. We don't have a clearance frequency, so it looks like we're going to do the clearance all on 21.9, and then 32.05, and it looks like 19.4 is going to be our departure frequency. We'll put that in now. This is our best guess, unless they've got other controllers that haven't made it on yet. We can start to program these. 19, what was it, 21.9, right? 21.9 for ground. Swap that in. Oh, are we just, yeah, a little bit too high, a little bit too close to the top for that,
International via the Aquani 3 departure, pilot transition.
Click spot doesn't work when you're near the top because you're too close to the menu. I wonder if I need to,
10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is
zoom this out just a touch.
You can squawk
and change the view there.
4.
Alright, and then the tower frequency, 3205.
Expect initial climb 5,000 apologies. Expect 340 10 minutes after departure.
3205, and then departure frequency we think is going to be 19.4, and it sounds like the pilot we just heard give his readback. I think he did say that as well, 19.4.
3008. You can expect runway 8 for departure. You can report ready for push and start.
Okay, 19.4. So I think we're ready to go.
San Juan ground, malicious 1, Sierra 5, short of
Oh,
Sierra, taxi to the Air National
there's our
Guard
friend
ramp.
Kenny Monster. Yeah, we are American 2514 today. American 2514.
Malicious 1, say again.
Sierra 5, short of Sierra, looking to taxi to the Air National Guard ramp. Malicious 1. It's off of Sierra 7, malicious 1.
Until Kenny
Alright,
gets
malicious
his...
1, you can taxi to the apron 5.
Wait until Kenny gets
you
his...
can taxi via November.
His instruction, and then we'll jump in with a clearance request.
Air National Guard ramp will be Sierra, and then right on Sierra 7, malicious 1.
At San Juan ground, American 2514 information, Juliet IFR to Martinique.
American 2514, stand by, malicious 1. Yeah, my apologies, I just didn't hear this. International cargo ramp, if I'm correct, right?
AN Alpha November Gulf, Air National Guard ramp, malicious 1.
Yeah, he's trying to tell him this is where he wants to go. Yeah, they're giving him... They were trying to give him November to come this way. Yeah, so they just need to give him November, Sierra 7. I think he's already told him. It's a location I'm sure the ground controller doesn't.
Taxi via Sierra 7.
There we go. He's got it down.
Sierra 7, thanks ATC, malicious 1.
Location that they probably don't use very much. Leave it to our friend Kenny Monster to throw him a curveball.
American 2514. Ready to copy airport clearance?
Yes, sir. Fire away.
American 2514, you're cleared to... You're cleared to your destination via the Jet 1 departure, Kuwait transition, then as filed. Climb and maintain 5,000, expect flight level 370, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 119.4, squawk 1162.
Roger, clear to Martinique. Jets 1 departure, St. Croix transition, then is filed, maintain 5,000, expecting 370 and 10, 119.4, squawk 1162, American 2514.
American 2514, read back as correct information, Juliet is current altimeter 3008, you can expect runway 8 for departure. Push inside on discussion. You can call me for taxi.
All right, we'll call you short of November for taxi, and we got Juliet on board, expecting runway 8, American 2514.
Hey, San Juan Ground, Spirit Wings 892.
Kenny says, hey, I recognize that voice. CB just now put 2 and 2 together on the Kenny Monster and Malicious One thing.
Spirit Wings 893, you can taxi to
A little slow on the uptake,
via
CB,
November,
but that's all right. You got it now. Let's get back to our flow list and rock and roll on with our route programming. Origin is TJSJ. Destination is Tango Fox Fox Fox. Route is going to be the departures and arrivals. We'll select the departure. It is the Jets 1 for runway 8. Going to St. Croix. Put that in the route. Next page after Croix, it's 855. 855 rather. We're going to Ailuri and that goes there, and then it's a uniform Alpha 555 the rest of the way. I actually think, if I looked at the load chart, I think it would have worked if I just took Alpha 55, 555 all the way.
You mentioned standard east, and do you request flight
Yeah, it
following
didn't. It didn't like that.
Flight following, please.
So the Sky Vector was giving me trouble with that as well. If you ask me, Imola is absolutely 100% on this airway, Uniform Alpha 555. However, Sky Vector didn't care for that, and this parser here didn't care for that also. So I'll just file it to Dunta and then direct Imola, if that works. D-U-N-T. Oops, let's go back. D-U-N-T-A. And then direct Imola. E-M-O-L-A.
You can expect runway 10.
Okay, that works. And then don't yet know what the arrival is going to be into Martinique, but we'll just activate and execute for now, and we'll worry about the arrival when we get a little closer in. Performance initialize, let's put a cost index in of 74, because why not? Reserves 7.4, that's coincidence. That is calculated based on our alternates, reserves, and contingencies needed to get us to
7560.
I think it's called Brantley. What's the island down there? I forget what the island's called.
West until November.
Brantley Adams. Brantley Adams. TBPP. Is that Barbados, I think? I forget. Zero fuel weight, we'll double click and that'll calculate in automatically. There we are. Oh, I filed 370, didn't I? Yeah, we're going to have to change it to 350. That's okay. We'll just let the center controller know.
1222 with information Juliet requesting the
when he clears us to our cruise altitude, we'll have to just ask him to stop at 350 rather than 370. That's fine. I think because I loaded the plane so much more full than I intended to, it's not going to quite get up to the top. We're done on that page. N1 limits, if I was a real airline captain and it was safe to reduce the takeoff thrust or the climb thrust without compromising obstacle clearance or performance, then it would be incumbent upon me to save some fuel and save some wear and tear on the engine. Since I'm not a real airline captain, I don't care about fuel and wear and tear. I'm going to leave them as both fully rated. Takeoff flaps is almost always 5. Center of gravity, we'll double click it all to calculate. Trim's going to be 5.2 when we get there. And we'll punch in the
Delta 1222
QRH numbers. V1 is our safety, or our abort speed rather. If we encounter any safety critical items prior to reaching 145 knots, we'll abort the takeoff. If we reach or exceed 145, we accelerate one more knot. And then we rotate, take the nose up, and lift off and go airborne. We have one functioning engine at that point. We'll pitch to maintain 155 or greater. If we have two functioning engines at that point, we'll pitch to maintain, I believe it's 175. It's the white bug on the primary display.
JetBlue 2314.
175, 180. I can't remember if it's V2 plus 20 or V2 plus 25, something like that,
runway 8
in this aircraft. But it's where that white bug will be. We'll pitch to maintain that, and then we'll get to 1,000. We'll retract our flaps and evaluate our options. All that being done,
November 3, hotel.
let us bug 155 in the mode control panel. I used to bug the V2 plus 20, as someone corrected me and said, well, there's already a white bug on the display for that, so you can just bug the V2 here. Makes sense. The initial altitude, let me make sure this control still works. Yeah, 5,000. Let's get the auto throttle on, flight directors on. That'll now allow us to arm the modes. The initial heading, remember on that procedure, I told you, that Jets 1, the initial heading is 060. Now, he did not say that, and the tower controller may or may not say that, but since we've been cleared on that Jets 1 off of runway 8, we automatically should be turning to 060, and we'll go ahead and start in heading select and LNAV modes. I'm sorry, not... that didn't make any sense. I'm not even sure why it allowed it. Heading select and then VNAV modes. Probably heading select and then would arm the route capture, but that's not what I want to do. I want to do 060 until I'm told something otherwise. So, okay, all that looks good. Let's get traffic and data over here. Let's raise the range until we can see the point jets, so we'll know that that's where it is, and when we are told to turn to it, we'll know approximately what heading to turn to. We got the follow there moments ago. No, it was a resubscription. We got the follow from Monday CSS. I think I said thank you for that. Iowa Scotsman was the one who just resubscribed. A 58-month resub. Coming up on 5 years, Iowa Scotsman. Thank you so much for the continued support. Truly appreciate that. And thank you for stopping back into the live stream. All right, let's... okay, initial speed, heading... altitude, auto throttle, flight directors and modes are all set. Plan, traffic, and data.
Caper 8091.
Or map traffic and data, rather. Auto brake set to reject takeoff in case we need it. And then the transponder code and mode.
Hotel 3.
What was it? 1162.
Runway 10 via November 3, hotel, hold toward Hotel 3, or at Hotel 3.
Okay.
Dan 1, ground, Southwest 7560 with Julia, ready for taxi.
Alright, we are going to close all the doors. Yeah, we said we would be pushing, I scheduled we would be pushing at 40, and airborne at 50 or 55.
Neo pushing back onto hotel.
First that, Hotel Alpha, November.
Yeah, so we're good. We're in good shape.
A321, pushing back.
Yeah, pushing at 40, airborne at 55. So we got plenty of time here. We're built in a little extra time.
On ground horizon 235 heavy. We are on.
So let's go to the menu. FS actions, ground services, or actually previous page. Yeah, not previous page.
Giant 235 heavy's on Hotel 6.
Doors, let's go ahead and close the door.
Hotel.
Next page, we'll close our cargo and equipment hatches. Previous page, and I don't worry about arming and disarming. Our cabin crew handles that. Back to the menu, ground services. Confirm whether our parking brake is engaged. And it is, okay, so we can safely release the wheel chocks. And that'll throw off the lines as well. So we're all set. No, we're not all set. Because I forgot to start the APU. There was a whole checklist that I missed. Whole flow list that I missed.
Delta 1222, we're ready to taxi.
Delta 1222, taxi via, taxi runway 8 via Hotel Alpha Sierra.
Runway 8 via Hotel Alpha Sierra.
Yeah, that was a whole part of that list that I missed. Close all hatches and doors. Seatbelt signs on. Left inner fuel pump on. APU is starting. Parking brake is set. Yeah, I'm going to wait until I have the APU. Man, I've done this a number of times. I just get anxious about throwing off those lines, man. Whoops. Alright, APU bus. Nope, APU buses are both active. Okay. Yeah, let's make sure everyone knows we put the seatbelt signs on. Alright, let's jump down here and make sure that everything in our FMC is still good. Let's go to initialize and one limit. Take off. Yeah, that's all still good. Yeah, everything's still okay. Everything's still okay. Now let's make sure that everything here on the mode control panel is still good. So auto throttle needs to be turned back on. Flight directors, let's go off and then on again. And we'll make sure that we're in. Yeah, so this needs to be set back to 5,000. And we're heading select and VNAV. And this was 155, I think. Okay, I think we're back to where we were. RTO still selected. And range is still selected and we're good. Okay, yeah, so my bad. Seatbelt signs on, left inner fuel pump, APU on and started. Parking brake is indeed set. Window heat can come on now. Pressurization, we're going to be at 35,000. Landing altitude
Delta 1222, contact tower
is
132.05.
essentially 0 where we're going to
Tower
go.
13205, Delta 1222 feet.
The APU buses were indeed turned on. The APU bleed and ISO valve can come on, and the packs can come on. Actually, I don't think we return the packs on until we disconnect the ground AC, but we've done that. So now that we're good to go to get the airplane supplied pack operation going. Now we would disconnect the ground power AC and wheel chocks, and we would give a quick passenger briefing. What did we say the weather was? Mid-80s. Light, moderate winds.
Cape Air 8091,
And
contact tower
couple little cloud layers.
132.05 today.
Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard American Airlines Flight 2514 service to Martinique. We'll be pushing back from the gate here momentarily, expecting to be wheels up 10 minutes till the hour. 5 minutes until the hour. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour 10 minutes. We'll be cruising at 37,000 feet for you today. Weather here at our origins in the mid-80s with light to moderate winds and just a couple of little cloud layers to climb through. We might be might hit a few little bumps in the air as we climb through those cloud layers. Once we get up to 37,000 feet, I expect it to be smooth sailing on down to Martinique. Sit back, relax, and we'll be underway shortly. The cabin, fasten seatbelt signs are lit, so please fasten those seatbelts, and we'll be underway as quickly as possible. Thanks again for flying with us on American Airlines Flight 2514 service, Martinique. Sort of going into the other announcement there for unknown reasons. Okay, let's go. Anti-collision light can go on, wheel well light can go off. We're eastbound, so we'll set that to the right. Whatever, I don't know what American's policy is. Whatever the company policy is on these igniters is you just try to use them 50% of the time. I'll just go eastbound right, westbound left. That's just my own personal thing. No idea what Americans' version of that is. Fuel pumps can all come on. We do have fuel in the center tank, so we'll get those fired up as well. Hydraulic pumps. Come on, we'll go ahead and commence our pushback. We were told to go ahead and push and then call for taxi. Since we are in an alleyway area, let's pre-plan our push. And we are... Yeah, I think we're... Yeah, okay, so we need to face outward. So we'll push to there. And enter. And request our pushback. Before I start that rolling, though, we're going to take a peek outside and make sure that there's nobody else in this alleyway here. I think we are good to go. All that being said, we'll go ahead and release our parking brake, release our hold, and we are rolling. Okay, we'll start with the number 2. And pack off, ground start on. Alright, we're going to see some rotation there. Gets up to about 20 to 25. Go ahead and pull fuel in. And then the rest of it should fire up. We'll monitor and make sure that we have a good start there. 20, 450, and 60 is a round figure mnemonic I use. Okay, the igniter's clicked off. We're good. Nice and stable. We can get the pack back on, generator on.
American 3 Heavy.
Left side will go pack off, ground start.
To gate Bravo 11 via Papa November.
We got rotation on the left-hand side.
So, Roger, Papa November 3,
Parking brake is
November to
re-engaged.
Bravo 11, American 3 Heavy, thank you.
About 20% in, fuel. Okay, engine's lit off and increasing. Monitor for a smooth start. Okay, we're done with the pushback. Okay, and the starter has clicked off. Get the pack back on. And the generator on. Okay, now we're supplying... okay, yeah, packs are on. Let's get the engine bleeds on. So now the APU bleed can go off. And APU electricity no longer being used. The APU can come off. Alright, we'll do a check of our control surfaces. For whatever reason, I don't have the plane set up properly in order to have that configuration screen, even though I should. I feel like I should. There's an option in PMDG to have that control surface screen, but this button is still stubbornly in op. But that's okay. We've checked our control surface. Somebody outside gave us the heads up. Flaps 5. And we'll make sure that that's where they go. Takeoff trim, we said was going to be 5.2, I believe. Okay, there's 5.2. Well, that's more like 5.5. There's 5.2. And there's flaps 5. Good. So flaps and trim set. Let's go ahead and get our probe heat on, which would be that one and that one. And then that should do us here. If we release the parking brake, hold the toe brakes in. Okay, well, parking brake is released now. And we don't hear any warnings when we spool the engines up. We are good to go. Flight controls. Still got something. Oh, yaw damper, I bet. I don't know why I forgot to turn that on. Okay, so yeah, we're check recall. Recall's clear. No warnings.
And American 3 is at the gate shutting down. Thank you, we are disconnecting.
Alright, we're going to runway 8. We're here on the south side of Charlie at apron 3, so I expect that it's going to be November, and then either November 1 or Sierra out to runway 8. Let's make sure it's still Juliet. It is. San Juan Ground American 2514, information Juliet. We're ready to taxi off of apron 3.
American 2514, you can taxi runway 8 via November 3, Hotel Alpha Sierra.
Alright, November 3, Hotel Alpha Sierra to runway 8, American 2514. Oh, he wants us to go down around the east side. November 3, Hotel Alpha Sierra. So he wants to send us the long way around for whatever reason. That's fine. They have their reasons. Not my place to judge. It's my place to follow. So remember when I said, hey, we expect to get blank. You don't always get what you expect. You can't always get what you expect.
Clearance to go to Atlanta.
Okay, Delta 3996, you're cleared to Atlanta International via the Aconi 3 departure. Pilot transition, then as followed. Climb and maintain 5,000, expect Lalo 340, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 119.4, squawk 3572.
Squawking 3572.
Now, which of these
the Aquin 3, then
is November?
For the
But we're making the right on November 3, so I guess it's this.
altitude's 5,000, and then 10 minutes after that would be 34,000 feet. And that's about it.
For the right turn.
Delta 3996, departure frequency 119.4.
Sorry, departure frequency 119.4, Delta 3996.
Okay, so we got pushed a little bit late, but we still have
Delta 3996,
7 minutes before we are expected to be airborne by my schedule today.
You can spike runway if for departure. You can report information start.
And Delta 3996 ready for pushback on start.
November
You're
3.
ready to do that.
And then we're going to join hotel here down at the end of it.
Delta 3996, oh, you're ready for push and start?
Yes, I am.
Delta 3996, push and start approved, facing west.
And since we are away
3, and
from the ramp now,
for push and start. For taxi, please.
Alright, facing November 3, Delta 3996.
better get our weather radar active. Rain radar active.
Just to confirm, facing west onto November 3.
Tell you what, since we've got some terrain returns over there, let's do the opposite. Let's put the weather radar on the first officer side. Let's put the terrain radar on my side. Because it seems like that'll be slightly more pertinent information, at least for this particular departure on this particular day. Brake check we didn't really do, but yeah, I guess brakes are working. Minimum departure is 14.5 in terms of fuel load. We got plenty. We got 24.3 because we got enough fuel for 2 legs, and 14.5 is the minimum departure for this first leg. We're good there. And then comm radio 19.4 was a departure frequency, and yeah, we got that ready in the standby. So we're going to stay straight on hotel. Until it becomes alpha. Alright, when we get up to the line there, TARA, cabin crew, ignition, and lights. Kenny Muster put up a score of 97. Okay. Well, we'll see. This aircraft, like in every other aircraft, my charge is not to overflare it. Are we going to be first in line when we get up there, guys? Looks like we really don't have much of a queue. Let's get our cabin crew alerted.
American 2514, Tower 132.05, good day.
32 at 5, American 514, 2514. Yeah. Forgot who I was for a second. 10-1 tower, American 2514, short of runway 8, ready to go.
American 2514, 71 tower. Good evening. On departure, turn left heading of 060, wind 0080 at 15 knots, runway 8 full length, quiver takeoff. Over an hour old winds.
Okay, no problem on the winds, and left turn 060, clear for takeoff, runway 8 full length, American 2514. Okay, we're being cleared onto the runway, so the strobes come on. And we're cleared to go, so now our forward-facing lights all come on as well. TARA we did, continuous ignition we did, cabin crew alerted,
Tower J16,
and secure.
South of 5 mile 10.
Alright, spool the engines up, no warnings, no vibrations. Toga coming at ya. 3 minutes early. Let's get back over onto the center line here. We'll push the forward nose forward just a little bit while we are waiting for the 80 knot call. Just keep that nose wheel steering now tack down. Now we're 80 knots. We'll release that forward pressure. We're steering with rudder rather than tiller now.
V1. V2.
Okay, up we go. Pitch to maintain the white mark there. Gear can come up. And then as soon as we're able to, we want to go ahead and... yeah, I don't want to pitch up too much because then we're losing speed now. Alright, we threw 1,000. Yeah, flaps can start to come in. So I pitched up a little bit too much and we started losing speed. We got that back under control. And flaps are coming out now.
American 2514, contact San Juan departure now rolling out of 4, safe flight.
Alright, departure 19-4, American 2514, we'll see you. Okay, so... yeah, flaps were retracted. And we're on our assigned heading.
Expecting ILS 1030.
Going to 5,000. San Juan departure, American 2514 is 2,600 going to 5.
American 2514, San Juan departure, we're to contact 10, right heading 100, I maintain 10 pounds.
100, 10,000, American 2514. $100 and $100. Okay, gear up, flaps in. Cancel auto brake. Continuous ignition. And flaps to landing gear depressurized.
Direct Charlie Oscar Yankee.
Direct to Charlie Oscar Yankee, American 2514. Alright, they're gonna get shortcut us here.
Southwest 3142, this is going to maintain 6,000.
6, Delta 42.
Southwest 343 after Bino, clear tenor.
Okay, all good. Up and away.
American 2514, contact center, 118, 115.
1815, American 2514.
Golf Oscar Whiskey, descent pilot discretion.
Okay, we're currently cleared at 10.
Maintain flight for 110.
10 miles discretion, maintain and 110 at Schlegel, 114.
San Juan Center, American 2514, 8,400 going to 10.
American 2514 San Juan Center, good evening. Climb maintain level 370.
Roger, can we make a minor adjustment to that and make it 350, please, as our final?
No problem, American 2514, amend level 2, climb maintain level 350.
Appreciate that. 350, American 2514.
JetBlue 2761, contact Juliana approach 128.95. Yeah.
Okay, all set.
Order Juliana approach 128.95, JetBlue 2761, yep.
We're coming through 10,000. We can get some forward-facing lights off.
JetBlue 807, flight level 360.
If I can get the click spot to work. There we go.
JetBlue 807,
Alert the cabin crew.
Contact 9 miles south of Fancy.
And then let's do a pressurization check. So the cabin altitude climbing at a normal rate, and the differential pressure, I always like to say, should be about a third of the way up at 10, about 2/3 of the way up at 18, and then fully up at cruise. So far, so good. Should also see the plane accelerating from 250 to its econ climb speed, and that is all well as well. All right, yeah, everything's working out real good so far. Don't forget, guys, our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure is a collaborative art project that we put together via ChatGPT. We have a generated image that's roughly representative of what we've got going on the live stream that day. And since we're departing from San Juan, I have myself pictured outside of El Morro Castle. It's got a full name. I don't remember what it is. My wife and I did see this from about this angle and distance. We did not take a tour of it, but we did get a chance to visit San Juan, one of our cruise ports, one of our cruise trips that we've done recently. And I think that's one that we're going... San Juan's not the one that we're going back to in January. We've got one booked. We're going to Cozumel and Costa Maya in Mexico, and then we're going to Nassau, and then Royal Caribbean's Coco Cay Resort in the Bahamas. So those are our 4 destinations in January. But San Juan's a place that we did visit before, did get to see this castle, and as gorgeous as it is, the weather was just about the same as in this picture. This is not the picture, but this is the one that ChatGPT has generated for us. And the beauty of that is you guys can now cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabet's points, to let me know how you would like to add to or modify that slant artwork adventure. Kenny Monster wants to get in on that action. Go ahead and let me know what you'd like me to do to that image there, Kenny. A few words or a simple sentence. We kind of add one element at a time, incrementally, you know. We got to add Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders. All right. Should be okay. It's a historical figure, not a branded proprietary figure. Should be all right. We'll see how it does. ChatGPT's got some weird guardrails. Sometimes they trigger randomly. They'll not trigger and then they'll trigger later. It's a little goofy. We'll see. Should work out fine. We got that. We got that running for right now. Does not seem like a terribly well-attended Friday Night Ops event for tonight. I don't know if that's a function of the summer weather, or people are just not enthused about flying into the destination. Yeah, I've got 13 scheduled arrivals and 4. Well, that's at St. Thomas. And then how's... Oh, 45 inbound. Okay, so they're going to get slammed later. We're getting in on the action early, I guess. Oh yeah, the Chicago scenery dropped today, I heard. So Chicago's got a unpublished. Oh, look at that. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I heard about that. Yep. True enough. So I wonder, of the 45 arrivals coming into San Juan, I wonder how many are coming from Chicago. He busted. There you go. I think it did pretty well with that. I got the whole band of them back there. So there you go. Regen Road Trip wants to add something too. If you regen, let me know what you want. Oh, we got to put me in a Conquistador uniform. Of course we did. Alright, we're working on that. And again, guys, if you're new to this to the stream, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you got the Alphabets serial icon that represents our channel points, and the button next to that tells you how many you have. You click on that button, you have the option to cash in 500 of those, and that puts you in the request list to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. All right, we're passing 18. We'll click it over to standard altimeter on the captain side, on the first officer side, and in the standby as well. Also want to do a second cruise climb check, rather. And as I like to say, cabin altitude still climbing at a reasonable level on a normal rate, and the differential pressure about 2/3 of the way up. So, all good.
Cross at 050 over 19 Tango. JetBlue 807 descend at pilot discretion, cross 20 miles north of jet at the maintain 9,000.
They put all of us in Conquistador uniforms.
006.
Alright, P20 knots at jets, 20 miles knots at jets at 9,000 JetBlue 807.
Not all of us, many of us. Changed the flag, too. Oh man, that's a fun one. Alright, anyway, so you guys get the idea. If you want to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. We do not need the airport diagram here anymore. We do not need the parking gates here anymore. We do not need the Jets 1 departure as we are headed to St. Croix.
Lufthansa 509er, roger. And Lufthansa 011, say your mark number.
We do have the Martinique Airport as a 10 and 28 with terminal on the left-hand side. And we're going to be parking at either 4, 5, or 6, I think, right kind of here in the middle. Or 5, 6, or 7. Yeah, 5, 6, or 7, right here in the middle of the terminal. Shouldn't be too crowded there. It's not one of the featured fields. We might not even have air traffic control down there on VATSIM. We'll see how it goes, but let's see if we can take a peek at it. Looks like we're going to be outside of a staffed area there. Let's just start to formulate a plan for our arrival. Just to have it. Let's go METAR, Tango Triple Fox, 060 at 16, so we're going to be landing eastbound. Temporarily 090 15 gusting to 25, that's fun, so might have some interesting arrival winds there, but certainly an eastbound arrival, so runway 10 will be the arrival direction. QNH is 1016. We can kind of go ahead and get that preset here. That 1016 on the right. Of course, it might change between now and then, but at least get it in the ballpark. 1016 on the left, and we'll get the standby set to 1016 as well. But then we'll put it back into standard for now. Alright, so what's that mean for our star? RNAV arrivals to runway 10. Coming from Imola. So that's the Imola 2 X-ray. That puts us down to this point, Carrick's. And then, what do we got in terms of approaches? So this looks more like a conventionally navigable ILS approach. This looks more like an RNAV approach and does have the feeder from Carrick's. This does not. So ILS Zulu to runway 10 is what I'm going to assume that we're going to fly. So yeah, so it's going to be the Imola 2X and ILS Zulu. So we'll go ahead and get those programmed in. Down here to departures and arrivals. Next page. Next page. Imola 2 X-ray. Runway 10.
J1 Center American 1965.
Zulu from Carrick's. Put all that in the route and execute.
65 Center, good evening. Climb maintain level 360.
And then let's
1965.
confirm all the constraints. So Imola to Carrick's. Carrick's at 220. And really there's no altitude restriction there, except the altitude restriction is going to come off of the chart here. So Carrick's looks like it's going to be two to 9. Let's go up. We're going to be at 4,000 there, but it's not marked as a restriction. But then it's 2,000 or above at IFF 10. Yep. And then the other helper is at 6.3 to the runway. Yep. Okay. We'll take runway 10, put it into the fixed page. I'm going to put a 4-mile ring and a 10-mile ring around that. Back to the legs page, and if we do go missed, pretty interesting missed approach procedure here. FF 510, 512, 514, Vodak, and back to Carrick's. Let's make sure that all that's in there. What's the altitude for that? Looks like 3,000. So after the runway, 510, 512, 514, 3,000 or above, and then Vodak's and Carrick's, 220 knots. Okay, so all that is correct. I'm going to start knocking the map range down since it's starting a little cluttered there. Regen says, I wandered away and I swore I heard it as Ebola rather than Emola. Well, I've been putting it in as Enola, as in the Enola Gay, which was the aircraft that that did the mission over Hiroshima back in World War II. It's none of those.
Center, French West 520 for level 400.
French West 520, San Juan Center, good evening. Squawk 5455, 5455.
Squawk 5455, French West 520.
San Juan 9 Tango Tango, Zebra Flight 490.
9 Tango Tango, Roger, thanks.
Alright. We do need to start working on that. It is an ILS approach, so we're going to have to dial in the radio frequencies as well. It's 109.9 and 095.
Transverse 520, radar contact 10 miles northeast of Oak Flight 400, descend at pilot discretion. Cross.
And then is there a nav aid to tune in on the backside? There isn't really.
Descend pilot discretion, cross Manolo at level 110.
Descend at discretion and descend by...
Okay, so 109.9.095. No nav aid to set for the mist. So I guess we'll just do the redundancy thing, 109.9. And 095 on the first officer side. Whoops, doing that the long way around. That's okay.
American 1965, contact San Juan Center 135.7. Connect. American 1965, contact San Juan Center 135.7.
Alright, and what's the overall weather situation? Oh, I got disconnected and reconnected there. Didn't catch that. That was quick, though.
American 1965.
How long ago was that? Just seconds ago. 06016. Well, let's just re-pull a METAR. at 14 now. 1016. Yeah, temps 29, which is mid-80s. So strong gusty winds and mostly cloudy skies.
American 1965, San Juan Center.
And then Martinique Tower 118.5. I assume that's also going to be our common traffic advisory frequency. Let's check that as well. Triple Fox 118.5. Okay. I have a feeling we're going to be released onto advisories here really soon. Obviously, we would be on 22.8 for advisories.
1965.
American 1965, go ahead.
22.8 for en route advisories at the tower frequency 18.5, so that'll be where we make our common traffic advisory frequency call outs when the time comes, and we'll get all that set to go here in COM2.
Roger, American 1965.
Top of climb and top of descent are within 40 miles of each other. Whoops. Probably didn't need to file 350 for this then. I'm going to go ahead and turn the fasten seatbelt signs off now since we're that close to it. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We're just about up to our cruise altitude. We've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, as well as some empanadillas and some mofongo. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we'll give you a weather update on our situation in Martinique when we are getting ready to start our descent, which will be soon. Thanks again for flying with us on American Airlines Flight 2514 service to Martinique. Sorry, I forgot what the signature foods were that I looked up. I've had mofongo, actually. It is, where was I? I was here somewhere on the Maryland's Atlantic coast, and a restaurant was serving it as their special. Oh, it was a restaurant right around the corner from us. There's a kind of a standard American grill, but they have a specials menu where they rotate it up all kinds of time. Matter of fact, I very rarely order from the regular menu when I go there, because there's almost always something interesting on their specials menu, and they were serving mofongo. Really good. Made mostly from plantains, as I understand it. There are a small handful of foods that I will not eat, but other than that, I do try to be adventurous culinarily when I can be. Now, I have some pretty strict guardrails on that. Seafood, shellfish. I did have grouper. I had fried grouper the other day. That wasn't too bad. So I wade carefully into the water when it comes to things like fish, and I don't really do shellfish. I'm shellfish that way. When it comes to other meats, you know, poultry I'm good with, but like game birds I'm not big on. And then outside of beef, I'm not real big on like other types of meats, you know, exotic animal meats. Not into that kind of stuff. But if you stick with the basics in terms of the meats and sausages and, you know, all that kind of standard stuff, pork, beef, and chicken, turkey, you know, the basics in terms of the meats. As far as what you do with those things, I can be pretty adventurous, and I'm pretty adventurous when it comes to vegetables too. And then spices, styles of cooking. Yeah, I'll try whatever you got.
It's finger licking good.
Speaking of which, morning, good fixins'. How are you, man? Alright, we're just about up to cruise. It's not going to be too long before we start descending. 80 miles from top of descent. So, a little ambitious with the cruise altitude today, I think. That's okay. Let's just make sure. We already turned the fasten seatbelt signs off and did our cabin announcement, but let's just make sure cabin altitude still climbing at a very reasonable rate. Looks like it's about to level off there at about 7,000. The differential pressure is still underneath the red marks, so all appears to be going well with our pressurization system, climate control. And then what was I about to check here? Oh, I was about to check here. We still got a little bit of fuel in the center tank, so figure we'll probably get that center tank fuel warning. Might get that on final, or we might get that maybe shortly after departure from Martinique to head back up. There we are, one to go finally. Yeah, I think in this, and we had the same issue with the Learjet last time we flew it in this area. I think in the summertime in the Caribbean, I just got to be way less ambitious about cruise altitudes, man. I think I'm overshooting the air density. Plus, we did have a little bit more of a passenger and cargo loading in this aircraft. I usually just hit random, and then I take the first reasonably realistic random number.
Lufthansa 509er, New York offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
But the reasonable random number that came up was nearly fully loaded, like 90+% loaded in this case. So that combined with the
French Red 520 contact.
Summer
Juliana
and the tropical locations. Yeah, I think we were a bit too ambitious with the cruise altitude. But there we are, finally leveling off. And we're only about 65 or so miles from top of descent at this point. So that's why I guess I'm glad I turned the...
It's an entirely different kind of flying. Altogether.
Yeah, I'm glad I turned the... Seatbelt signs off a little early. I don't think we ever really finished our approach briefing. And then we did the frequency and course. Missed approach, we didn't. There's no nav aid, but we did verify the legs, and the altitude is going to be 3,000. Minimums, straight in ILS, with the climb gradient 3%, which we can make. That's fine. Is we can probably do the 4%, honestly. 243 per nautical mile. Oh, easy. Yeah, we can do that. 260 is going to be our minimums. Go ahead and set that over here. Oops. And then let's do our V speeds as well. Kind of ahead of the game on this. We haven't even started our descent yet, but it does not appear to be any VATSIM air traffic control down there, so we kind of expect we're going to be on our own. And like I said, we're getting ready to start the descent anyway. So let's just go to init ref. We're going to do a flaps 30 at 154. 153 rather. Yeah, so, and then the additive, as it stands right now, 14, so we're going to add 7. Yeah, we might get, might get 8, and then we might get to where we need to add 18 to the V ref in order to get V approach if the winds are indeed 15 gusting to 25 right down the center line. But for right now, we're going to assume an additive of 7. So 153 and 160. 160 will be V approach. All right, let's just run through that briefing and make sure we do indeed have everything. We also should be dropped over to advisories here momentarily. So approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach altitude 3,000. The legs, altitudes, and missed approach were all reviewed. V speeds 153, 160, minimums 260. Ceiling and visibility, we do have some clouds at 2,400, so we should be fine in terms of final approach fix being at 2,000. We should be below the bases if the observation holds up for us. Wind is going to be nice and gusty, or sustained moderate, possibly nice and gusty, but mostly down the center line. It is kind of straight out to join the missed approach procedure if we need it. It's a left-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully. And we're going to the terminal, so we're going to...
14, Piaco Center is offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved. See you.
Frequency change approved, American 2514. We'll talk to you later. So if we're going to try and get off by Bravo here, it's about 6,000.
If you only knew the power.
I know, right? Mad Noob's here, Bet Davis here. Yeah, we'll recap the artwork, Mad Noob, here just momentarily. Yeah, moderate auto brake will be fine. I don't think we need to kill it. If we end up turning off at Alpha, that's not bad. We don't want to go all the way down to the end and have to back taxi.
Night Cargo 710. Radar contact.
But let's go ahead and switch over to where we're transmitting and receiving on COM 2, but we're still monitoring COM 1, just to have the entertainment value. We can bump the map range down one since we're starting to see some clutter there. What? Oh, auto brake. So yeah, I don't think we need to kill the auto brake. 2 is probably fine. So we started with a nice picturesque touristy shot of me standing outside the El Morro Castle in San Juan. Yeah, you're on this consecutive streak of 7. Well, I didn't stream all week, man, dude. My last stream was last Sunday, so you've had the week off. Yeah, Monday we dropped in favor of Sunday, and then this past Wednesday I had to kind of switch, bail out at the last moment. So we started with a nice touristy shot of me outside the El Morro Castle in San Juan. We then added Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders, and then we added conquistador uniforms. So there was that. I kind of liked that one. When we put me in the conquistador uniform, we put a bunch of them in conquistador uniforms as well. But that's where the artwork stands right now. And so if you want to add to that, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And that puts you in line to request an addition or modification. Again, keep it to a few words or simple sentence. We're adding to this bit by bit. If you haven't been here before, that's how we do it. With 500 channel points at the bottom of the chat panel gets you entitled to suggest your incremental modification or addition to our slant artwork adventure. Alright, so I'm transmitting and receiving on 22.8. The common traffic advisory frequency in Martinique is 18.5, which we'll switch to once we're pretty much establishing ourselves on the approach. But we're still monitoring San Juan Center on 18.15, and that's probably who we will end up talking to later anyway, so we will continue to do that. Mad Noob is loving the shirt, by the way. Yeah, congrats. Mad Noob was one of our recent landing rate raffle winners. When we get established on the approach into Martinique, I'll get your predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown in terms of feet per minute when the wheels strike the runway surface. Not yet, but soon. I'll let you know. But when you do that, and whoever ends up closest to the feet per minute gets an entry into our landing rate raffle. The next one is going to be pulled on July the 29th. If you happen to be the winner of that raffle, you have a chance to choose Slant Alpha merchandise or an electronic gift card at Amazon, Xplane.org store, or SimMarket.com. And Mad Noob won and chose a t-shirt. Alright, we're going to assume that we are cleared down to start our descent. We obviously we're not in staffed airspace. They would probably give us 10,000 or something incremental. They probably wouldn't give us all the way down to 3. However, in order to join the approach here at Carrick's, I think it's 2,000 actually. After Carrick's, so this point's 2,000, IFF 10, but you've got 4.1 miles. So Carrick's we can do at 3. We've got 4 miles then to get down to 2. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll do Carrick's at 3. Oh, spy flight's doing some flying in this area too. Nice. Or not necessarily in this area, I suppose. Oh, I have him up. Oh, I think he's wrapping up, it looks like. Oh, no. Is he not wrapping up? No, he's getting ready to do a flight over in Germany, maybe.
Build-out 777 contact, San Juan.
All right, we have started down. Let's go ahead and get our seatbelt signs on.
357, Build-out 777 heavy flight.
Fuel balance check. Yeah, we're probably going to end up with that fuel warning right on short final. All right, let's do one more check of the METAR. We'll do a cabin announcement. Okay, so the observation hasn't changed. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, and we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we have started our descent into Martinique. The cabin crews can come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. We expect to be on the ground in about a half an hour. The weather there is currently showing in the mid-80s Fahrenheit, 29 degrees Celsius, with moderate sustained winds with the potential for some heavier gusty winds by the time we arrive, and mostly cloudy skies there. We will get you on the ground safely, however, and we thank you for flying with us. Get those seatbelts buckled just that one extra notch tighter for us, though. We'll get you down safely just as quickly as we can, and again, we expect to be down just about a half an hour from now. Thanks again for flying with us on American Flight 2514 service to Martinique. Okay, so we're in descent, still nice and quick, maintaining the intended vertical path perfectly well for right now. Let's go ahead and get the init ref over here, just to have the reference in case we need it. But we'll go back to the legs page here. Yeah, it looks to it intends to have us at 4,000 at Carrick's and then 2,000 by that first fix. That's fine. I mean, we can, at this point, we can go ahead and say we've been cleared now to 2,000, and then once we are established on the approach and we've captured the glide slope, we'll kick this back up to 3,000 as our missed approach altitude. Oh, he is done? Yeah, he's down, he's taxiing. Oh no, it kicked over to Moose. Moose is taxiing. I guess he's just taxiing out now somewhere. Hour and 12 minutes in, and he's on a runway. So he must be getting ready to take off. I can't imagine he'll have landed that early in the stream.
Okay, we're switching. Thanks for the help, 9 Tango Tango. Good night.
Yeah, it's maintaining the speed and the glide of the descent path pretty well. No need to intervene and add any kind of drag yet. What's the transition altitude here? May or may not be 18,000. 9,000, right? Okay. So we're going to stay on the standard altimeter until 9,000. The RNAV arrival should tell us the same thing, 9,000 feet. Interesting. Here it says transition levels by ATC. Here it says transition. Oh, it says transition altitude 9,000. So transition level by ATC, transition out. So when we're descending, air traffic control will tell us when to switch to the local. When we're climbing, it's 9,000 that we switch back to the standard. So I kind of goofed that just then. The transition level is when you're at a flight level when you're descending. The transition level is when you initiate that switch back to standard. When you're at an altitude and you're climbing, the transition altitude is when you switch from that altitude to the standard, and then you're technically at a flight level. So yeah, but we'll assume by the time we reach 9,000, clearly we should be on a local setting, and so that's what we plan for. Normally, what they do in areas where transition altitude and level are variable, they normally just maintain a buffer of 1,000, 1,500 feet, maybe a little bit more, so that the standard levels at a high or low pressure setting don't conflict with the altitudes. So the transition level might increase if the pressure's particularly low that day. But we'll just know that below 9,000, they want you on a standard setting. So we'll plan for it that way. Yeah, that venture was indeed a blast, says Madnib. Yeah, the tower controller that we got to work with for the runway 36 arrivals, unfortunately, he just had that kind of idiot that was making a one of himself, that was adding a lot of workload to our tower controller, and he was, I mean, it's a busy event, it's a stressful event, on its own without that. But I felt like our tower controller was particularly frazzled because of the antics of one less than cooperative colleague. I think next year what we'll do, I definitely want to go back to doing the Fisk arrival next year. We've done the Warbird arrival a couple of times recently. 2 out of the last 3 times we've done it, we did the Warbird arrival. Definitely want to go back to the Fisk arrival, because that's I think where you get the true, like, authentic that venture experience. You know, you get the controllers that ask you to acknowledge by rocking your wings, and you know, you get either shot up the railroad tracks or east on Fisk Avenue, and it's been so stressful because, like, it's not really easy to identify those tracks, nor is it easy to identify Fisk Avenue. So, you know, we'll go back next year to look at some additional cross references we can add and make sure that we're following the correct thing. So yeah, this is where we would set to the standard altimeter if we were in North America, but since we are in a part of the world where flight levels extend further down than we're used to, we'll just make that part of our 10,000 foot checklist, since we know that the altitude coming up, the transition altitude coming up to 9,000. So we know that the
Go ahead.
transition level should be that plus a little bit, basically. All right, so the center tanks are now indeed bled dry. We see that there's pretty much nothing left in there, so we'll go ahead and switch the center tanks off.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Oh, we got somebody trying to do some artwork modification. Regen, what do you want to do? Oh, we're gonna add Sir Francis Drake ship shooting cannons offshore. Thank you, good vixens. Yeah, I totally was not paying attention. Good Fixins is looking out for you, man. I will have to remind me in a minute to check on it and see whether it made it. So we're still working on it. All right, we're coming up on 10. Let's go ahead and just get forward-facing lights all on. And we'll alert our cabin crew. It is going to slow us down here. That's good. And I think we're close enough now that we can go ahead and switch to the common traffic advisory frequency. Is there anybody? There we go, we got it. The attack has commenced, guys. The attack has commenced. Ordinarily, I would not condone a depiction of violence in this artwork adventure, but since this is a historical reenactment, we'll allow it.
Need some pliers and
no,
instead of
Vince,
30-weight ball bearings. What the hell you need ball bearings for? It's all ball bearings nowadays.
All right. So let's take a peek on VATSIM radar, make sure that we are indeed. Yeah, there's not really anybody here we need to coordinate with, but when we get close to the airport, we'll go ahead and do the announcements anyway. So we're below 10, so we got the landing lights and all that done. Let's go ahead and switch to the standard. I'm sorry, from the standard to the local setting, which was 1016. And we'll get that done once, twice, 3 times to local. We gotta add the pups there too, Mad Noob. I'll see if I can get that done for you. Alright. Descending down below 10, and I think let's switch off the weather on that side and switch to terrain. Switch off the terrain on that side, switch to weather, since I think, we know, I mean, there is some terrain. We're going to have a 4,100 foot peak to our left, and we got some high terrain to our right. We're going to kind of come into this harbor and this valley here. But just making sure that we're not running afoul of severe weather as well. Okay, so the plane's starting to slow us down. It's got us on a good descent path, and you can see that we're... What are we, 30 miles out? Yeah, the range is 40. So if that's 20, then that's, yeah. We're 30 miles north and west. Martinique traffic, American 2514s at 737, 30 miles north and west, inbound for a straight into runway 10, full stop Martinique. We still are monitoring the San Juan frequency 11815, but not hearing anything on that. We might be out of range on that. I'm just going to turn that off. All right, Mad Noob. Yeah, I think we.
What we've got here is.
I think we got exactly what you suggested there. I love that. I love the fact that he's got an ear hole. Keely's is just kind of perched on top. Finley's got an ear hole for his. That's hilarious. And they look just about as enthused as you would expect them to be. Alright, friends, let's start getting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment that we'll start touch runway surface. There's no bot command on this channel for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. The closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. The drawing is going to be held on July the 29th. Prizes include your choice of any of our Slant Alpha merch items or electronic gift card offerings. Go over that in more detail once we get down. Alright, so the approach briefing was done. When we get down, it's going to be missed approach altitude, cabin crew, continuous ignition, spoilers, and then our normal landing checks. With those 4 action items: missed approach altitude, cabin alert, continuous ignition, and spoilers. When I say spoilers, armed rather than... Oh, weird. The USA FSD hub and server and remaining US FSD servers are about to restart to complete a network upgrade during a Friday night ops event. Well, that can't have been planned. That's okay. We're kind of away from it right now. We're down kind of on our own. Everybody's going there now. Just us. Nobody goes there. It's too crowded anymore. Nobody. Sorry, butchered it. Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. Oh, you're talking about. You're talking about San Juan, yeah. Now it's going to be busy when we get back up there for sure. I mean, we're going to St. Thomas for our leg number 2. They had a number, yeah, they had 38 arrivals. That's not too bad. That's manageable. That's busy but manageable. All right, anyway, let's focus, guys. We got a plane to land here. Alright, first notch of flaps coming in. And let's go ahead and intervene on the speed. Keep the 210 for now. And we'll engage approach mode. Oh, we're already on it. Glide slope captured. So missed approach altitude can be set. Let's alert the cabin crew. Continuous ignition set. Spoilers can be armed as well. Alright, we're intercepted on the final approach course, and we're 10 miles out. I think it's fair to reduce to 170, and then remember our final approach speed is 160. Okay, so 13 knots. So yeah, we're going to add 7. So 153 and 160, still fair. And we can go ahead and get some more drag out to help with the deceleration. Matter of fact, we're descending on the glide slope now. So we can go ahead and get gear up. Okay, now at 170, we're at flaps 15. At the runway in sight.
2,500.
Yeah, I keep those predictions coming, friends. And I'm going to go ahead and get adventurous. My airplane, you can't have it. Keeping 170 for now, and then when we get close to that 4-mile ring, drop it to 160. So we're not really even dropping the speed that much. Martinique traffic, American 2514 737 on a 5-mile final, runway 10, full stop, Martinique. Alright, 5 out. Let's go ahead and drop it to our approach speed, 160. Go one more notch of flaps. We can actually just go ahead and go to landing flaps at this point. Little left to center line. Let's get back on that. 160, that's where we want to be. Now we're starting to get a little bit of a gusty wind.
1,000.
Alright, last call for the predictions, friends. Speed's a little up on us, a little low. Pulling those up and fix both of those things. Okay, we're slowing to the ref speed, 153, a little early. Okay, back at the approach speed, okay. Alright, now let's go ahead and bring it to the ref speed. 500 call, that's about when you want to start bringing it to the ref speed.
400. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Whoa, we're way slow and way low. Fix both.
200.
There we are.
$100.
Still sinking.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Yeah, not great. Not great in terms of chasing glide slope, chasing center line. Cancel the reversers and do some manual braking here. Nice easy turn off up ahead here. Alright, come on, let's get the manual braking off. It was still trying to stop us even though I thought I had kicked the auto brake off. Didn't do that firmly enough, I suppose. We're good now. Alright, so yeah, we got real chasey on the center line and glide slope there. So not thrilled with my performance in either regard, but overall, I give it a C, C minus. Flaps can be stowed, spoilers can be stowed. We'll go one gate to the left here. Landing lights off. Turn off lights off. Taxi light can stay on. Continuous ignition can come off. Strobes can come off. Yeah, there was a bit of a network glitch there, Madnum. I think there might have been a server reboot, something like that. We got a message about, so I assume that's why you lost me there for a second. Light directors can come off. Let's get back on the guideline here. Weather and terrain radar should have been off well before now. TA and RA can come off. We can take it straight into standby mode. Alright, parking brake. Minimums reset. And windshield heat can come off and probe heat can come off. So I was kind of struggling to do the flow list inbound. I think I got everything finally though. Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen heat, continuous ignition, weather and terrain radar, flight directors, auto brake off. That's the one I missed. Minimums reset, transponder off, landing turn off, and position lights. Oh, and APU on. Well, that'd be helpful too, wouldn't it? Mad noob. Yeah, the short that I had that came out today was exactly a 2 out of 2 on the Jaeger scale. We can walk away and we can reuse the airplane. So scored a perfect 2 out of 2. Yeah, not too bad on the guideline there. Missed it just a little bit left. Not too bad without a marshaller. Take it. But yeah, left the center line, and we were kind of chasing glide slope and localizer on the way in. So don't feel good about that. The speed at one point got really low, and the glide slope got low. I don't feel good about that. So I want to see if we can stay more on top of that for our second approach. All right, we'll see how we did. But arrival on the gate, we said block time was going to be 9:10, and we knew we were going to be down early because we knew we were starting the descent early. So I got down 13 minutes early. That's good. Taxi light was off. We did that on the way into the ramp. We can go ahead and get the APU buses on. APU bleed and ISO valve. Engine bleeds can turn off. Let us go ahead and do our engine shutdown. Turn all the fuel pumps off. We'll keep the left inner on to feed the APU. Electric hydraulic pumps can come off as well. Packs can come off because we are about to connect ground AC. Anti-collision lights can come off. Well, lights can come on. Seatbelt and chime can come off. Go ahead and jump down here, and we'll go to the menu and FS actions and ground services, and we'll set wheel chocks. We'll request some ground power. We'll request some ground air conditioning. We'll go back. We'll do the doors. We'll open the entry door, cargo and equipment hatches. Transponder, I know we already set it to standby, but we can also set it back to our default code. Let's jump up top. Let's go ahead and connect to our ground power. The APU bleed and ISO valve can be turned off, and the APU can be turned off. And the left inner fuel pump can be turned off. Alright, let's take a peek at my predictions, and then let's take a peek at your predictions. My predictions, we already talked about the fact that we're on block 13 minutes early. Let's see how we did in terms of fuel prediction. We should have 16.1 basically left in the tank. Let's see what we've got. 16.6. Okay, so timing and fuel all worked out fine. Let's assess our landing. Again, we know that the glide slope wasn't great. We know the localizer wasn't great. Well, it still scored us on an 87 out of 100, with 205 being the number that registered at the moment that we touched down. We knew we were left of center line here. Center line, crab, and touchdown zone were the 3 major markdowns that it gave us. Let's take a look at the telemetry. We were early. Yeah, we were ahead of the touchdown zone. Yeah, see, you can see how chasey I was.
It's not rigged, Kinney.
In terms of that, terms of that glide slope, we were sinking uncontrollably. Guys, remind me, is the landing light still on? I don't think so. Not sure why you ask, but yeah, they're all off. Everything is off. So yeah, we were coming in. We had an 11 knot crosswind from the left. That was unexpected. That was part of the issue, for sure. But yeah, you can see. But remind me, guys, when we landed here last time, we were in the BAE 146. Didn't we have, like, unexplained, uncontrollable sinking as well on that one? Yeah, better lucky than dead, right? So I feel like there might be something with the wind patterns here, that you just get these weird downdrafts or something, because I feel like that happened to us in the BAE 146 as well. Possibly. I may be misremembering that, but I remember having a dicey approach into here last time we were here. But just look at how much I was sinking, and then I compensated, but I think I overcompensated, and then suddenly found myself sinking again, and then had to slow the descent right prior to touchdown. So yeah, and then in terms of center line adherence, I guess we had mostly gotten the center line worked out by the time we were here, but I was over correcting the crab for, we had a left to right crosswind, but I wound up left to center line. How does that work? Means basically that was over correcting for, yeah, okay. And that's what happened, was I was correcting for a 15 knot crosswind, and then as we descended, that wind kind of died down on us. Look how suddenly, in the last 200 feet, that crosswind just died down on us. And so all of a sudden, that correction I was putting in was too much, and we wound up left to center line. So some of what we experienced, I will chalk up to changing wind conditions. But this here, I don't know. I'm not thrilled with my performance in terms of this mostly. This is what I'm most kind of disappointed about. All right, anyway, what's the number of the register? 205 is what we got. Yeah, cliffs on both sides. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So we got numbers of 125, 173, 99, 75, and 118. So yeah, it looks like Kenny's picked up the wind, which you guys in the chat have already kind of have already determined for me. That's fine. For what it's worth, I concur. And what is today? 7/17. So Tango, Triple Fox, Kenny Monster on 7/17. All right. Let's get our flight plan number 2 filed. If we're still here outside of staffed airspace, there's not going to be any clearance that we need to receive, so we'll just basically proceed as though we are cleared as filed to come back. Oh, we got somebody leaving here to go to SOCA somewhere in South America. We are going to file our way back to St. Thomas. How's St. Thomas doing? 12 arrivals. Okay, it should be a nice chill night then. Nice easygoing Friday night ops event. So we'll get our second flight plan filed. I'll take a break out of the cockpit for some liquid recycling, and then we'll come back and we'll get that plan underway. And our goal is to be off and airborne by what time? 9:45? Oh, that's easily. So 9:45 off blocks is what I planned for. I think we can beat that, though. I think we can get off a little early. But yeah, 10-minute intermission, and then we'll do some flight planning, and then we'll be on our way. Let's get it filed at least. Leg number 2 filed. Did not import our current one automatically. That's unusual, but that's fine. We can type it all back in. We're still American 2514 IFR. We're a B738. We are medium. We are SBDFGH with an L. We're departing from TFFF. Off block, we said 0145, sorry, Zulu time. Altitude 34,000, airspeed 480. St. Thomas, alternate is back to San Juan En route time, 0100, 1 hour exactly, and then fuel in the tanks, 0246 remains. Let's put the route in there. EBN is a B1C1 D1S2T1. Performance is a Charlie. And twitch.tv/slant alpha adventures. Man, I can't spell my own name. Slant alpha adventures. Alright. You didn't see any of that. Okay. Alright, we're filed. Let's... Okay, yep, it did propagate to the network just fine. Yep, okay, there's our plan. Good to go. Alright, well, while we're still working on the turnaround, we will take a quick break, friends. And, yeah, let's give you a nice view of the runway, just in case anybody does come in here. But there we are. We're getting ready to get going on leg number 2. Meantime, liquid recycling is to commence. Synchronize your watches and meet me back here in less than 10 minutes. Talk to you in just a bit, guys. Alright friends, welcome back. Thanks for your patience, and let's get on with our Slant Lima adventure here on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. Down here at Martinique, down here in the, I guess this, not quite the Southern Caribbean. I guess Southern Caribbean would be the ABC Islands, right? Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. But we're down here at Martinique, which is in that southern portion of that chain of islands that runs kind of down the eastern edge of the Caribbean. But to head back to St. Thomas, the event tonight, the Caribbean Getaway Friday Night Ops event. So here we are, VATUSA.net. We go to Pilot Tools and Events Calendar. And Caribbean Island Getaway Friday Night Ops event. San Juan and St. Thomas, our featured fields. And so we decided to go San Juan south and east to Martinique down here, and then we're going to come back up and go to St. Thomas. San Juan, how's it doing? 36 scheduled arrivals still, so it's getting some good traffic. St. Thomas only showing 14 scheduled arrivals at the moment, so not as much. Nice, it's kind of a more chill Friday Night Ops event here. We do have a line coming in to San Juan from north and west. We heard earlier, somebody pointed out that a major scenery dropped for Chicago O'Hare. So, an updated version of Chicago O'Hare available to the network for the first time in a while. And yeah, they're seeing FNO levels of traffic up there at O'Hare. With 57 filed and yet to go yet. So 29 on the ground now. 9 arrivals. How many? And 40 coming in. So yeah, so Chicago's kind of stealing the thunder away from the Caribbean destinations this evening, it seems. But you know, we're still having a nice time here with the controllers working the San Juan Center region. All right, well, we're in non-controlled airspace for the moment, getting ready to travel north and west to join our filed route, and let's get to it. First things first, I guess I need to get this all into Navigraph Desktop Charts app, and I don't know this program as well as I know SkyVector, but let me fumble through it. If we go to flights and we unload the flight, does that reset the pin board as well? Yeah, it does. Good. Okay, that makes that nice and easy. So let's do a new flight. Let's select the origin, which is the one we just landed at, that one there. And let's just go charts, taxi, and pin that right away. Then back to the flight, let's select our destination, St. Thomas, and go to charts and taxi and pin that. That action puts these buttons at the bottom where you can quickly go to the charts, the chart library for each of those airports. So I like kind of do that right away, and I find that really, really helpful. Anyway, the route that we filed is Imola, UA 555 Aluri. And again, I don't know if it's going to like that first. For some reason, it's telling me Imola rather. Not Ebola, not Enola, but Imola, does not appear on this airway, which it damn well does, but something about the coding of it, it doesn't seem to believe that it is. Like if you zoom in, I mean, the designator for UA 555 is literally right next to it on the chart. So why it's acting like Imola is not on that airway is anyone's guess. But it's fine, the route's the same either way. Imola, if we're departing on runway 10, so we go to Martinique on the SIDS. RNAV departures on runway 10. Let's look at them. We got an immediate turn to the north to this point Matet, and then this point to the north and west Imola. Easy enough. So it looks like it's the Imola to Romeo off of runway 10. At least 1600 until we turn. Initial climb. It does not seem to see. This is where, like, a lot of the departure procedures in the Caribbean, they don't have like an initial level off altitude like we're used to in the States. And your initial clearance will just include your filed cruise altitude. So that's the way we'll treat it here. We don't have to level off at any specific initial altitude in this case. So this would be one of those cases where it is appropriate to set your filed cruise altitude in the mode control panel here during the pre-flight setup. If you have an initial level off altitude, which you often do in many places in the world, that is what you would want to set in that mode control panel, and you wouldn't want to raise it until you're cleared to. But it looks like we're good. The Imola 2 Romeo. Then we got the rest of the routes as we were given it, and then we'll worry about our arrival into St. Thomas once we get airborne. No, Mad Noob, it should. Yes, it is direct through it, so why type it? That is... You're correct in that it is on the path, but there's no reason that it shouldn't parse that as the way I put it in. I mean, if it's on that airway, it should accept it as on that airway, right? I mean, whether we... Because I get what you're saying, but I mean, all these points, you know what? If what you're saying is true, well then Pork and St. Croix are all the same. This is a straight shot the entire way, so why would you put in any of these points, right? But they're all on the airway, so they should all work. And this one, for whatever reason, doesn't. We had the same problem coming in. But it's just a glitch in the matrix, just an anomaly in the coding of that airway. For whatever reason, that's fine. And so we'll just we'll take it as it is. It's fine. It's the same either way. So all good. Doesn't hurt anything. But let's get into the aircraft and start setting it up, shall we? Yeah. Do you think there's gusty wind here? Yeah, we're stationary, and we've got an 18 knot swing, and our reported airspeed. You had any doubts? Speaking of which, let's go ahead and get an update on that. Meets our Tango Triple Fox, not Quadruple Fox. So the observation is updated just a little bit. 07016 now, and they're still saying temporarily could be 15 gusting to 25. Looks like it is sort of gusty as Microsoft is rendering it. So TEP 28, 24 dew point, QNH 1016, which is already what we have set. So, and the field elevation showing essentially nothing. 16 feet. Yeah, pretty close to what's going. Yeah, just try not to lose a door in that Boeing, right? Realistic simulation. Yeah, realistic failure mode simulated. Ultimate and realism, PMDG. COM radios are set. We are transmitting on COM 2, which is the local common traffic advisory frequency. We've got en route advisory frequency ready to go, and then this was the last frequency, en route frequency we were talking to in the staffed area. I'm assuming that's what we're going back into, but we'll assess that when we get up there. But radios do seem to be set up, and we are currently transmitting and receiving on COM 2 over here. Altimeters are set. We verified field elevation. IRS knobs already on. Yaw dampers already on. Let's jump back to the FMC and let's get our route going. So back to the menu, back to the FMC. We're at Tango Fox, Fox, Fox. Go to the route page, origin there. Sorry, I was on the legs page. TIST is where we're headed. There. Let's go to the departures and arrivals. Departure is the Imola 2 Romeo. Off of runway 10. Put that into the route. Go to the next page after Imola. That is then. I mean, we'll try it again. I think it did. it did accept it as Dunta and then the rest of the way up. So Dunta is on the airway, but Imola is mysteriously not. But let's just put it in as Dunta UA 55, UA 555, I should say. And I think that should be okay. So we'll put it in as though it's direct to Dunta on this non-existent segment. And then it's UA 555 to Iluri, I-L-U-R-I. No, there's an I in front of that. I-L-U-R-I. Oh, let's put it there. There we are. And then after Iluri, it's just the A555 back to St. Croix. And then after St. Croix, it is route to RTE2 to St. Thomas. And there is not a star. There is not a star into St. Thomas. We expect that prior to reaching the VOR will be vectored for the approach, whichever direction they expect that approach to be. Cost index will be 74 because why not? Reserves here to get back to San Juan. Relatively short diversion point to San Juan, so the reserves are only 5.9. Zero fuel weight will double click. It'll auto calculate. And then we said, I think, 340 for this one, so a little less ambitious in terms of our cruise. N1 limit, as I always like to say, if I were a real-world airline captain, it would be incumbent upon me to do a performance check and see if we could safely, without compromising obstacle clearance and safety, if we could use a less than full power takeoff setting, less than full power climb setting. So that reduces fuel use and it reduces wear and tear on the engines. But only if it's safe to do that, only if you're not compromising obstacle clearance and whatever other performance you need in order to safely execute the flight. However, since I am not a real-world captain, I don't care about fuel conservation and wear and tear conservation. We're just going to leave those as fully rated. Just a process I'd like to skip because I don't like to bury myself in performance charts. I would do a walk around too. Well, no, the first officer would do that. Duh. So the V speeds 141, 143, 152. V1 is our abort speed, so if we have any safety critical items occur to us prior to reaching 141 knots, we will abort the takeoff. If we reach 141, we will continue to accelerate to our rotation speed, which is only 2 knots difference in this case. But 143, we lift the nose and go airborne with whatever problems we got with us at that point. If we've got one functioning engine at that point, we'll pitch to maintain 152 knots, and that's what will bug on the motor control panel. If we got 2 functioning engines at that point, we'll pitch to maintain, I think it's plus 20, whatever the white bug is on the gauge here. So 172 or thereabouts, whatever the white bug is. And that's what we'll do if we got 2 good engines, and either way we'll take it to 1,000, retract flaps, and evaluate options. Center of gravity will double click, will auto-populate, and 4.9, basically, slightly less than 5, is our trim setting. Let's go ahead and set all that stuff up in the mode control panel 152, I think we said. Yup. So 152. The initial heading. Do we have a initial heading? I think this is a pilot nav, so we're initial heading is 09 or 5, but then we're going to put it into LNAV mode and let the plane navigate us. This is a departure procedure where you don't have to wait for radar vectors like we did in San Juan. This one is 09 or 5, and then once you pass this point, go ahead and make your turn. So, but 09 or 5 is what we'll set as the initial heading anyway. However, we will start the plane in LNAV and VNAV mode rather than heading select in VNAV mode because we do want the plane to go ahead and navigate for us once we are airborne. The initial altitude, as we said, there is not on this procedure an initial level off altitude. We're going to just go ahead and assume we're cleared all the way up to 340. Again, you do have to be careful about that, though, especially in the U.S. and a lot of other places. Your SIDs do have an initial level off altitude you have to adhere to. everything there is good. We got the flight directors on. We got the modes set. We're going to pre-select auto RTO as our auto brake mode. We got the traffic and data already set, but let's bump the map range up so we can kind of see what we expect the plane to do in the initial stage. We'll put it right there just so we can watch it past this point and make the turn. We'll get terrain and weather radar on once we are rolling. But for right now, I think all that looks good. Oh, and then we don't have a assigned squawk code here for this flight, do we? Or do we? Probably not. Outside of the U.S., you typically, well, okay, it still wants us on the code that we had for the first flight, 1162. Okay, that's fine. We can keep that. Upshot 2020 is here. How are we? So 1162 there. And we are good to go. All right, I think we're ready to push here. We said, what did we say, 9:45? And we're getting ready to push maybe about 10 minutes early, so that's good. Go ahead and get the doors closed then. So we'll go back to the menu, FS Actions. Doors. Close. Next page. Close, close, close. Previous page. Don't worry about the whole arming and disarming. You know, I just get back to, you know, where our cabin crew is going to handle that part. The captain doesn't handle that part. Cabin crew handles that part, so I just skip through all that. So the doors are all closed. We can jump up top. Mad Noob says, I've been flying for years, and you've taught me a lot the past few months. Thank you. You're welcome, man. And, you know, keep in mind, I don't do this for real. But I have had a number of real pilots say that to me, and I do appreciate it. Of course, you do have to take things that I say with a grain of salt because I'm not a real-world pilot. But, you know, I've had multiple real-world pilots say things like that to me, and it's just so flattering to me every time. I mean, I do take the hobby very seriously. I try to do things as realistically as possible to a certain extent. Obviously, there's things that I gloss over. I try to know that I'm glossing over something. I try to tell you that I'm glossing over something. I try to gloss over things on purpose and not through ignorance or accidentally. But yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I do. CB Flyer says, I do flight simming for real. And there's no other way to do it. No, so screw that fake flight simming. All right, where were we? Seatbelt signs can come on. Yeah, we'll get the left inner pump on. Get the APU fired up. Taught a lot about the ATC side. Yeah, well, and again, don't do that for real either. But I've learned, you know, a pretty realistic, you know, set of instructions from real-world SOPs and from people who know the SOPs and who teach the SOPs for real. So, again, I feel like I do a decent job holding my own on that stuff. Parking brake is indeed set and confirmed. The window heat can come on. Reason we check the parking brake is because we're about to have the ground crew remove the wheel chocks, and we don't want to give them that thumbs up until we've confirmed the parking brake is indeed set. Pressurization, we're going to do 340 this time. Landing altitude again is essentially 0. APU buses can come on while we're waiting for the APU to finish spooling up. We'll do the one undocumented checklist item. Ooh, made that one kind of strong. Yeah, what to expect and what not to say, says Mad Doom, right? Often just as important. All right, so we've got electricity. Let's go ahead and get air conditioning. So we got bleed pressure. We don't have the packs on just yet. And technically, we wouldn't switch those on until we come down here and disconnect the ground power and the wheel chocks. But hey, at least this time, I actually have the airplane set up. So ground services. So we've tossed off the line for the ground power and the ground AC. That means we can go ahead and start the packs here. Hear those fire up. And yeah, let's do a passenger briefing. So we've got gusty winds. Temps 28, which is what, mid-80s still? Yeah, low to mid 80s. Mostly cloudy skies. Might have some bumps. Okay. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard American Airlines Flight 2514 service to St. Thomas. We are due to push back in 11 minutes. We might even get pushed back a little bit early for you today. Wheels on time anticipated to be 5 minutes prior to the top of the hour, and again, might be just a touch early getting out. So we'll do our best on that. Time en route once we get airborne is 1 hour on the nose. And we'll be cruising at 34,000 feet for you today. Weather here at origin is in the mid-80s with very gusty winds and some low cloud layers. We do expect that there might be a little bit of rocking and rolling on the departure, so we ask that you fasten that seat belt just one notch extra tight for us. But once we get up to our cruise at 34,000 feet, we expect it to be smooth sailing. We encountered pretty smooth air coming in to Martinique just now, and so we expect that it will remain that way, heading back up to the north and west. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we will be underway shortly. Thank you again for joining us for American Airlines Flight 2514 service to St. Thomas. All right, real quick, before we get rolling, let's take a quick update to our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure is a side project that we undertake in each stream to develop collaboratively an image that represents the evening's goings on. And so since we started our adventure from San Juan, Puerto Rico tonight, we got myself, we started with just a touristy shot, and my wife and I have been to San Juan, one of the many cruise destinations we visited in the Caribbean at one point in our lives. January, by the way, we're going back, but not to San Juan. I was talking about this earlier, and I struggled to remember. Cozumel, which we were just at in the sim, Costa Maya in Mexico, both of those. And then in the Bahamas, Nassau and Coco Cay, which is Royal Caribbean's resort over there. So those are the 4 destinations we're going back to in January. Anyway, San Juan, Puerto Rico, we've been there before. We did not tour this castle, but we did see the outside of this castle, the El Morro Castle. And we then added a bunch of period pieces. We're doing some sort of a battle reenactment here. We had Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders. We then added the Conquistador armor. We added the pups. We added the ship offshore, making its attack on the fortress. And again, I don't like to depict violence, friends, but this is more like a historic battle reenactment, so we're all good. We'll allow it this time. If you want to add something to that image, you can go ahead and cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and that puts you in line too. I know the pups look fantastic. That worked out well. As I pointed out earlier, I love the fact that Mozzie's and Keely's helmets are just perched on top of their head, but Finley, for whatever reason, got an ear hole. That his ear's coming through. I know, that's a very odd choice. Very odd choice by the image generator, but it's hilarious to me. I love the little details like that. Right. Anyway. Alright, let's go, guys. Let's not overstay the air traffic control staffing. Anti-collision light can come on. Wheel well light can come off. The igniter, we're westbound. We'll go left. I don't know what American's policy is on that. Normally it's just, sometimes it's odd days, even days, whatever uses these igniters roughly equally. I like to say eastbound right, westbound left, but whatever your airline's policy is on that's fine. Fuel pumps, rest of the fuel pumps can come on. We don't have anything in the center tank, so we'll leave those off. The hydraulic pumps can come on. We'll go ahead and set up our pushback. And I think if we just push straight, oh look at that. Oh, we'll push to the that way because that's what the line seems to indicate. Tell you what, we'll push to the there. Then we'll push to the there. Push to the there. There. Enter. Let's request our tug. We're not ready to go just yet, but we can at least get the tug on its way and connected. Missed the scene where I asked for the pups to have the pink shirts. Yes, it is indeed on the Discord, Matt, dude. They turned out great on that day as well. Alright, let's go ahead and take a peek here. Doesn't look like there's anybody around us. We'll go ahead and make an announcement on the Common Traffic Advisory frequency anyway. And Upshot's heading up there in the real world tomorrow. Nice. Okay, we're at the terminal area. Oh, I think I did. Yeah, we still do kind of want the parking stands here. We'll just say that we're pushing onto Tango. I don't know if that's necessarily correct, but we'll say we're pushing onto Tango. Yeah, I had to do the flights in May. Well, that's a good reason. Martinique traffic, American 2514 is pushing back from the main terminal onto Tango for an IFR departure. Martinique. Okay, parking brake is released, but it didn't register that it released, so we can do it through there. Yeah, sometimes it just needs that extra little nudge. Okay, we are rolling. Let's come up top. And right side, we'll turn the pack off and ground start on. Okay, we got rotation. When we get to about 20, we'll bring fuel in. Okay, we do have a good light off, it seems. Stable is 20, 450, and 60, more or less. CB Flyer says, yeah, it's on my bucket list to go to one day. Same here. Upshot has been before and is going again. Alright, so the right side's done. Pack can come back on. Generator can come back on. Left side, pack can come off and ground start. So it's roughly tracing that line. Not too bad a job there. And we got the number 1 coming in, 20%. Let's bring in fuel. Oh, you've never been before? I thought you told me you had. Okay. You road trip for other stuff. You road trip for motorsports and events and that sort of stuff. Okay, I thought Oshkosh you'd been to before, but that's cool though. Alright, number 1's looking pretty stable, 20, 450, and 60. That's a little above that, but it's settling back in. And up top we go. We can get the pack back on. We'll get the generator on. We can now get the engine bleeds on. APU bleed off. Engines are now supplying our electricity and our air conditioning, so we can now shut the APU off. We can also put the parking brake back on, and we're done with our pushback. And how did it do in terms of alignment? Yeah, we're good. Aft cargo didn't close, so let's check on that. Well, there you go. Good thing we checked. Okay, warnings are out. Good. Alright, control surfaces will be checked. We'll go ahead and set flaps 5. And we're checking. Somebody would give us a thumbs up on the outside of the plane. Let us know that all of our control surfaces moved freely and correctly. And we'll verify that the flaps end up in flaps 5. Takeoff trim we said was 4.9. So there that is. We can just go to init ref there. And 4.89. Yep, oh, it's still over here. We'll go ahead and put the legs page in there. we can jump up top. We'll go ahead and get the probe heat on. That should be the final of our warnings. Parking brake and come off. Okay, there we go. Parking brake off. And config check. No warnings. Alright, taxi light is on. We are going to runway 10. We're going to go 10 intersection Delta. So we're going to go westbound on Lima. Martinique traffic, American 2514 is the main terminal, taxiing out to runway 10 Delta via Lima, Martinique. Actually, where are we? So this, I guess we pushed in the wrong direction, really. Alright, so we'll pivot out to our right. Alright, so taxi light is on. Once we get clear of the terminal area, we can get the weather and terrain radar on. Yeah, upshots is, yeah. Once I'm earning that regional paycheck, I can afford that $495 ride on the B-25, right? Alright, so on the taxi, I'll brake check. Do that. Brakes are good. Minimum departure fuel 13.5. We got 16.3. We're good. And then when we get up to the hold short, we'll go TARA, cabin crew, ignition and lights. We had expected airborne by 5 till. Yeah, we're going to be a little bit early. We're going to be 5 to 6 minutes early. That's not bad. Alright, since we are going to be number 1 when we get up there, go ahead and alert our cabin crew. Go ahead and get the transponder into TA and RA. Continuous ignition. Forward-facing lights would come off as we are entering the queue, but at this point, let's go ahead and say Martinique traffic, American 2514's 737 departing runway 10 at Delta, IFR to the north, Martinique, left-hand turn out. Okay, strobe lights on as we get cleared onto the runway. And then once we're cleared for takeoff, forward-facing lights will all come on. Say Alpha? Yeah, I think that taxiway marking is wrong. We're near the beginning. I don't think we need a back taxi for that extra couple hundred feet. We're good. Sign says Alpha, but it's Delta, according to the taxiway diagram. Let's get onto the center line. Spool the engines up. No warnings, no vibrations. Toga set. Away we go. I'm going to hold the
airspeed alive.
Yoke slightly forward. We're going to steer with the tiller and hold the yoke forward until we get to the 80 knot call.
80 knots.
Okay. Yoke forward, pressure relaxed. Now steering with rudder.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Okay.
Pitch brake.
Pitch to the white bug. Let's not overdo it this time. Perfect. Okay, we are picking up speed, so we'll pitch up just a little bit. Okay, there's 1,000. We'll go ahead and get the autopilot on. We'll begin retracting our flaps. We are through 1600. We can go ahead and start to turn north as soon as we pass that flyover point. Okay, continuous ignition. Depressurized gear, cancel auto brake. Flaps up, no lights. Okay, FMC speed kicked up to 250. Martinique traffic, Boeing 737 is American 2514. Clear of runway 10 and turning out left-hand IFR to the north. Martinique. Alright, we're clear of the runway. We'll go ahead and swap over to the en route advisories, and we can kind of, since we don't have any air traffic control on to provide separation services, we can take a little bit of a crystal ball peek and make sure that we don't have anybody near us that we need to worry about. Looks like we do not. Okay, we've made the turn out to the north. Go ahead and increase the range a little bit. And then I think once we're, we can go ahead and we'll transmit and receive on COM2 with the advisory frequency, but we'll also kind of monitor San Juan on 11815, assuming that's the same control sector we're going to end up talking to. Yeah, Upshot says I got to do this as cheaply as I can manage. Yeah, there is. Okay, so there are $85 rides in the Bell 47. That could be fun. But a good concert lineup, too. Yeah, I would love to go one year. The only problem is I might have to wait until after I retire. This is a busy time for my work. I can get away for like a long weekend in mid-June, like the Flight Sim Expo, if there's not an event in my area of responsibility, like happened this year. We can go ahead and so after through 9,000 we can go ahead and switch over to standard. But for For me, I would have to go after I retire, or I would have to go just for like a long weekend. All right, so we're through 10,000. The plane is kicked up to its econ climb speed. Let's go ahead also and do an alert of the cabin crew. We never did get the chime on, but we knew they were secure before we took off. But that switch can come off now anyway. The forward-facing lights can all come off if I can get the click spot to work. And then let's do our first climb check on the pressurization system. Cabin altitude climbing at a reasonable rate, and about 1/3 of the way up is the differential pressure. So far, so good there. Upshot says, I really pray that I can fly in one day, driving up just so I can go see it, yeah. Yeah, it's a good experience, though, from those I have talked to that have gone, whether they've gone by road or by air, have said it is every bit as worth it. What was the Upshot? What was the modification you wanted for the artwork adventure? I might have missed that. Oh, some return cannon fire from the fort. I got it. Oh, we're riding off into the sunset. Even though this is a simulated image, it's kind of hurting my eyes. Man, the sim does a really good job of simulating that. Wow. This battle's really getting intense, guys. I'm not so sure how I feel about this helmet being sufficient protection at this point. You got another one, Upshot? What you got, man? What you got? So I think once we get up to a certain altitude, it will show that Iluri is the point where we would need to talk to someone. Right now we're 160 and climbing, but over a certain point I think San Juan Center controls all the way out to that point, Iluri. Unless they are off. Which who knows, they might be. Ah, okay. I like it, Upshot. I like it. I like it, Upshot. So we'll hold on to that one, but yeah. We'll hold on to that one. But yeah, I totally got you, man. All right, we're coming up through 18. Now, we've already switched over to standard altimeter because in this area, that happens at 9,000. But it does mean we need to go ahead and do our next climb check. So we'll check and see the cabin altitude still climbing at a normal rate and at a normal level. And again, the differential pressure, I like to say about 1/3 up at 10, about 2/3 up at 18, and fully up at cruise. And so far, so good. I have not heard a peep. So the only San Juan center that says it's in range is 135.7. But I don't know if he covers this chunk of it or not. We'll see what happens when we get up to 230 and higher. That tends to be a lot of where the vertical splits happen. High altitude sectors start at 230 and higher sometimes. But we'll monitor his frequency just to have something to listen to. 135.7. And then, you know, we'll check in with him once we get close to Illyria. We'll check in with him. If he tells us, hey, I'm not in your coverage area, so be it, man. So be it. 135. I'm excited for the smoke at the EAA. Yeah, we've gotten some down here. We've got a little air purifier here in the house, and it's been kind of mad at us all day. Normally, it only gets mad at us when we when my wife uses her hair dryer, or when I cook. When I cook or when she uses her hair dryer, that little robot gets mad at us, but it's been mad for no reason all day today. And I assume that's the particulates from the wildfires down here.
Kilometer 163, your name is Myron Space. Sierra South offline radio services terminated. Frequency change to approved.
Your home airport went less than a statute mile. Holy cow. Alright, we can extend the range up a little bit. So we're still a little bit more than 80 miles from Illyria, so it doesn't make sense to check in with the controller just yet.
Contact, let's call it over Mania, level 370, cross Jockey at 7,000 and 210 knots, the altimeter 3011. Pose 1 cross Jockey at 7,000, 210 knots, the altimeter 3011. Delta 1889 cross jet at 11,000.
2895 is the approach frequency. And then as we get closer to St. Thomas, if they are still on by the time we get there, we've got a tower on at 118.8. So we'll just get all that stuff dialed in best as we can. So for right now, we're monitoring San Juan Center, but we're transmitting and receiving off of the advisory frequency. Over here in the standby on the COM2 side, we've got the tower frequency at St. Thomas. Over here, we're monitoring San Juan Center, but we're dialed into San Juan Approach in the standby. And I'm just making some educated guesses on those frequencies based on what I see online right now, but of course that can also always change by the time we get there as well.
5502.
While we're still in the climb, the other thing we can kind of do, let's see if we can maybe get an educated guess as to what the arrival situation is going to be at St. Thomas. It's not yet in the range, officially in range, but we can do a little cheat here. If we go .ATIS and then we type what we know the call sign where that would be, TIST_ATIS. So it's online. It's just not in range, but we can still do the dot command to read it. Information Delta 0809er, 10 statute miles clear, 3008. So we can get the 3008 preset while we're thinking of it. So we'll go back to inches, back to inches.
If you would like to make jockey, I think you will start to do some now.
3008.
Double 1656 and 1 approach 19 for you.
.3008. And we can take this out of standard, but we'll go back to inches. 3008, but then we'll put that back in standard as well.
You're going to get in 1290, contact Miami, 1.
What else? 3008. ILS and visual approaches to runway 10, departing runway 10. Okay, so we'll take a peek at the situation here. We no longer need the charts at Martinique, so we can unpin. We got the parking gates there, we can unpin. We got the RNAV departures we can unpin. At St. Thomas, there are no stars. The approach going to be the ILS or localizer to runway 10. And taxi diagram is all we need as well. We don't. It's a pretty simple terminal. We're going to be going to the north edge of this terminal here. Yeah, not too much to the. Not too much to the approach, Kutho, and then it looks like there's maybe a helper point that we could do to Kutho. But let's see if we can go ahead and start putting it in terms of the FMC. So let's go to departures and arrivals. Arrival, ILS or runway 10 from St. Thomas. No, that'd be a kind of a backtrack there. Turo looks like it might be that feeder fix. We'll just do it from Turo, that's fine. Put it in the route and execute. So St. Thomas and then Turo. And then Kutho and then runway 10. Oh, wait a minute. No, we don't go to the legs page.
Give me your best forward speed.
So we don't know how we're doing that. Toro and then Koi 48. And then Kutho and Jackie it should be.
American 239 action left, starting
runway 10. we'll put into the 6 page with a 4
01
and a 10-mile ring. And if we go mist, 620 and then 2800 and then St. Thomas. So 620 to turn 180, and then 2800 to turn back, and then back to St. Thomas. Okay, so the 180 heading is the key fact there. 180 and 2800 minimums. 415.
I'm sorry, I can get that altitude. Pull up the rival. It has no altitude. I'm driving. I'm headed down into St. Thomas. I don't have any arrival. Thank you, 7,209. And actually, let's make that, 210. That will be good.
Alright, I am going to go ahead and transmit and receive on COM 1. Yeah, we're going to disable COM 2.
As I'm going to go fast, it's level 210. If you don't, Josh. 210, Josh, I was cargo 5. Delta 1889, contact 10-1, approach 128.65.
18.8's tower frequency, we'll have that in standby.
1889.
So 35.7. We don't have San Juan approach on. We got Princess Juliana approach is 28.95. So this is not the frequency. Oh, 19.4, that's right.
Express 259, center 1000, base 10 Crow altimeter 3008. San Juan Center, deliver 61 Charlie Hotel, 7,000, climbing 10,000 direct.
That sounds like our friend Cross-Eyed.
I'm saying 17,000 direct. I maintain 17,000 directly. I'm just going to
Alright, I think we're safe to turn off the seatbelt signs here. Let's go ahead and do a pressure check, even though we're not all the way up to cruise. Cabin altitude still climbing, and at a reasonable rate and at a reasonable level, and we're almost all the way up to the red marks, but so far so good.
Give us 1743, give me your best forward speed.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We are still climbing, we're not quite up at our cruise altitude, but we're getting very close, and appears to be smooth sailing here. We appear to be above the worst of the weather. So we've gone ahead and turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. We will send the cabin crew around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, pate, and Johnny cakes. So sit back and relax and enjoy, and we will give you an update on the weather situation in St. Thomas once we are ready to start our descent there. Thanks again for flying along with us on American Airlines Flight 2514, service to St. Thomas.
Delta 892, contact Miami, 126.45.
Okay, so earlier I felt like there was a sector here that was showing online. This sector is not showing online. However, approach at Juliana is not showing online, and approach at San Juan is not showing online, although they clearly are, although maybe we lower these. Okay, so we do have those.
Number 601 can go up and San Juan will support.
We do have those, but we'll check. I'll check in with the center controller since we're basically over top of Iluri, and ask him.
JetBlue 4953, send one approach, 1940.
Yeah, we're 310 and climbing. So I don't know if this trunk is supposed to be missing or not, but we'll check in with him and see whether we're supposed to be talking with him.
Yeah, it's only 21, 21 tag. Buenas noches. Welcome aboard.
San Juan Center, American 2514 is down to the southeast entering the airspace from Iluri. Is that your sector, or is that non-staffed right now?
That will be with me.
I'm sorry, yes, I am with you.
American 239, turn right, I think 150. Are you able to direct Sailor? That will be Sierra Alpha Lima River.
Yeah, I don't know if they just don't have something selected right, but... I'm here. I'm not sure I got a straight answer out of him, but I'm here in case he needs me. And we are one to go.
Travis 617 is setting for position.
Space 617, even my space characters offline, radio services, terminated frequency, staying good, bro.
Roger that, over to advisory 617. Yeah, good night.
American 2514, squawk 5545.
5545, American 2514. Okay, well at least now I know for sure.
American 239, contact 91 approach 194, sorry for the delay. Number 285 Lima Golf Cross, guide at 11,000 and 210.
Yeah, so there's a sector of airspace that for whatever reason is just not showing on this map. And I checked all levels here, even down low, and it's just not showing it. Not sure why. But we're talking to him.
Iceland Cargo 5, take direct St. Thomas, descend to 11,000. Descend to 11,000, on Cargo 5. I proceed direct St. Thomas. Direct St. Thomas, Island Cargo 5. Delta 788, and a 1 center 126.45. 2645 Delta. Canadian Express 259, expedite your descent.
Expedite descent, Canadian Express 259.
Alright, so we're officially at cruise now. Let's go ahead and finish off that cruise check. Yeah, the cabin altitude is just about leveling off at about 7,000, and the differential pressure's right up there near the red marks, so all good.
128.95.
We're going to see if we can do the glide slope less chasey this time. Let's go ahead. I don't think we've set the parameters on the radios for this ILS approach to runway 10. Let's say ILS or visual. If we're assigned to visual, that's fine, but we'll still have the guidance from the ILS to just kind of help us get on a reasonable, get on that extended center line and get on a reasonable descent path. So we'll go ahead and set it anyway. It is 110.1 and 100.
It's direct St. Thomas.
110.1 and 100. And then if we end up going missed, it's just a heading and then 2800, and then we turn back to the St. Thomas VR at 108.6. And so I'll put the hold course in there, 108.6 and a 187 course, this will all be in the FMC as well. However, this is just backup in case there's any kind of guidance issue with the FMC, something goes haywire with it. We'll still have that raw data backup for the procedure.
United 2021, Crosby,
87 is the hold course. And the VOR is 108.6. Alright, so that's done. And still about 60 miles from top of descent.
And American 2514 cross St. Croix at 9,000, altimeter 3008.
Alright, 3008 and St. Croix VOR at 9,000, 2514.
Alright, so cargo 5, contact 1 approach 1365.
Contact 1 approach, cargo 5.
285 Lima Golf cross jet at 1000.
So it wants us to go down there now. So much for being 60 miles from top of descent.
285 Lima Golf 1.
So much for being 60 miles from top of descent.
Number 61 Charlie Hotel cross.
Okay, now it's starting. 3,300 feet above desired profile.
Hotel cross Blue Gap level 110.
Cross Blue Gap level 110, 61 Charlie Hotel.
Let's see.
509 Delta Delta 10
Let's see. It should be able to catch that up.
Number 285 Lima Golf, are you up?
Transition altitude to St. Thomas 18,000. So what we're used to. Let's do an updated ATIS there. It is information echo now 0809 or 10 second miles clear 3008. Yeah, nothing really changed. 3008 we already have preset. ILS and visual to runway 10. Okay. All good. Alright, it's at the desired descent speed. It is catching up the vertical path. We're 2,600 above it, but it is making progress on that, so no worries there. Why not do range rings and an extended center line in the FMC so it's on your PFD? So I do the 4 mile and 10 mile rings as my clue as to when we're going to be, starting to configure for approach, and when we should be fully figured for land. Starting to configure for landing when we're fully configured for landing. The extended center line in the FMC, I could. We usually have the approach procedure itself as our guidance, right? Anytime you have anytime you're performing a visual approach, it's often good to have that instrument approach as a backup, just in case you get up there and the visibility is not what you think it is, or the observations changed or whatever. It's always good to have briefed that instrument approach anyway.
Number 601 Golf across Bino 1000.
But it accomplishes basically the same thing. It puts a guideline to let you know where the final approach is. And then in terms of why we tune the radios anyway to put those guidelines on, that's just in case the FMC has some sort of failure. You always want that raw data backup of the raw radio signals and those radials as well.
Number 285 Lima Golf, descend now 11,000.
So I always just brief. I always brief the approach whether when it says ILS or visual. I always just do a full briefing on the instrument approach, just in case we end up switched to that. Mad Noob says I'm used to the Airbus that tunes the radios for you. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Now we have to do that manually here.
Silver 25 Micah, yep.
Alright, so 2300, 2300, almost 2400 above profile, but it does still think it can get to St. Croix by 9,000 just after St. Croix VOR. So it's fine. It's not yelling at me for drag yet. Yeah, it's adjusting the vertical path now to get down early. That way it's going to catch up the path. And then, of course, it's going to have to reduce speed to 250 by there. Yep, so now we've got the VOR. We're in range of the VOR, so we've got that guidance as well. And that's just so that, if we do end up having to go missed, and if for whatever reason I don't have the guidance from the FMC, I turn to 180, I get to 28, I turn back. I now have this dotted green line knowing, okay, well that's the hold course I'm aiming for. So when I get to the VOR, I can just eyeball a 30-degree course off of that, do my teardrop turn, and there we go. All right, we're coming up on 18,000. Let's go ahead and switch over to the standard altimeter 3008. I'm sorry, out of the standard into the local altimeter 3008. Once, twice, and 3 times.
Sam Montana, back with the evening from Texas TC, passing 7,600 for 10,000.
Knock the range down a notch just because it's starting to get a little cluttered there.
Texas 258 and 1, hello. Turn right, heading 090, climb and maintain altitude 30.
090 now,
and did I get seatbelt signs on? I think I did. Yeah, I didn't do the cabin announcement for that. But that's okay. We got the seatbelt signs on. Cabin crew will make sure that they're all set to go. Now that we're a little closer in, what is VATSIM radar showing? Yeah, it is still not It is still not showing this chunk of airspace. We definitely have. Well, the approach controllers wouldn't be showing until we're lower. I mean, if we decouple the altitude and just put that on there. Yeah, so we got their airspace showing. For whatever reason, this chunk of center's airspace is not showing as staffed. That's fine. Turn off that classes, then it will show. Yeah, gotcha. I forget where that option is.
35 in the Gulf from left and 050 for traffic.
San Juan Center, good evening, Delta 5150, level 330.78 Mach assigned.
Texas 258, turn right heading 140.
Right heading 140 for now for Texas TC.
Alright, and you were blocked with 050 for trying to fit 5 in the Gulf.
That's not it. That's not it.
Delta 5150, checking
yeah, I forget where that option is.
0.78 Mach assigned.
Delta 5150, what number?
I forget what that option is, but that's all right. Not going to worry about it now.
Number 35 in the Gulf 1061 approach, 128.65, go ahead and the heading. Do that, watch for traffic.
Okay, 25 with nominal on.
Coming up on 10, we're a little early for
35.
this, but we'll go ahead and get forward-facing lights on. Oops, no, we're not. No, we don't need the APU on yet. Hopefully I didn't just screw up our APU. The forward-facing lights are all on, and then we'll do a cabin alert.
From my cross check at 6,000. Please send one altimeter 3011.
3011 on the altimeter and crossing chapter at 67, Pacific 251.
American 2514, send one approach 1365 today.
You said 2865?
Confirm.
Check 2514, we'll see it.
American 32, correction, Delta 3209er, contact Miami 126.45.
Contact Miami 12645.
Okay, let's just do another echo. 10-mile approach. American 2514 is 12,700 going to 9,000 at St. Croix. We get information echo at St. Thomas.
Great, Can 2514, San Juan approach, hello, thank you for echo, altimeter 3008, you can descend and maintain 3,000, expect ILS runway 10 approach.
Right, down to 3,000, expecting ILS 10 approach, American 2514. Alright, so we've got just a descend and maintain 3 now. Not going to do that through any vertical path necessarily. We're just going to descend at a constant rate of 1,500 feet a minute. That's reasonable for the speed that we're doing. Speed that we're doing could be 250, not 240. Why not? The descent rate that we've chosen puts us at 3,000 just after the 10-mile ring. I'm gonna knock that up just a little bit. Let's plan to be 3,000 10 miles out. Now we're officially below 10. Alright, let's also go ahead and do some finishing touches on our approach briefing. Yeah, St. Thomas VOR, and then at this point we're direct to field.
November 5 Lima Golf by heading 150.
But we'll get an instruction prior to that, I'm sure. Let's knock the map range down one more. Let's do our approach references. 150, nice round figure, like that. So 150 is the ref speed. 9 knots. Okay, so 155 is going to be the approach speed. Minimum's 414 set, 415. Obviously I bumped it by 1 there somewhere.
Island Cargo 5, tower now 118.8.
Alright, so approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude 2,800. The FMC legs were reviewed and correct. The missed approach altitude 2,800 was set. Range rings were set. B speeds 150 and 155. Minimums 414 set. Ceiling is reported as clear. No factor. Winds should be right down the center line for the most part. 9 knots, 080, so slightly left to right, but mostly down center line. It is, we're going to do... We're going to want to turn off to the right, and 7,000 foot runway. We want to turn off in the middle, so we'll go with a pretty aggressive auto brake here. Don't have to do max. We don't have to cook anything on them, but do a 3 there. So right hand turn off if we make it down. Climb to 6 and then 180 heading to 28 if we go missed. And yeah, as Mad Noob has started the bidding, y'all can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary. You see the speed's drifted up to 270. I'm going to pull some speed brakes in to help it keep the speed down to 250. So you guys can start putting in some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way, and the closest predictor get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, which will be next pulled on July the 29th. Okay, so I've got the... I'm increasing the vertical speed because I do want to be at 3,000 by about 10 out.
Press to 59, thank you for that. If our cancellation received,
and I'll tell you what, we're coming in from the south. They're going to have to spin us around to the west. So I don't think being at 3 by 10 out is really that critical. So let's slow the descent rate to about 1,200. And then that should allow us to stow the speed brakes and keep the speed under control. Yeah, I think 1,000 feet per minute is fine at this point. We're going to have to be swung all the way around to the left, all around to the west, so.
Icon 2514, speed 210.
That's speed 210, American 2514. Okay, they want us to hit the brakes. We're going to keep that 1,000 foot a minute descent rate in. Oh, I got spoilers deployed in order to get that speed off.
Icon 2514, left turn heading 290.
290, American 2514. Okay, we're leveling off at 3.
You're at 3 miles from
We're leveling off at 3, so that should be all it needs in order to get the speed down. So we'll go ahead and stow the spoilers now. We're right off into the sunset once again. Oh my gosh. Glad we're not landing directly into that.
American 2514, 10 degrees to the left.
All right, 10 left, American 2514.
American 2514, you can maintain 2,000.
Down to 2,000, American 2514. A very gentle descent rate. Matter of fact, we're down at 210. We can actually go flaps 5 here. speed brake is armed. That's a missed approach, will be 2800. Let's just go ahead and alert the cabin crew since we're going to be turned in pretty aggressively, I expect.
Again, 2514, speed 180.
Right down to 180, American 2514.
November 5 Lima Golf Tower now 118.8.
18 John.
2500.
Yeah.
Okay, below 200, flaps can come down one more notch. This is not the path that we're actually taking, but just to approximate it. Keep those predictions coming, guys. So, number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that we need a descent rate either way, and the closest predictor.
2514, flatting 010.
010, American 2514. Closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next one will be pulled on July the 29th. Okay, we're at his mercy in terms of the speed until we get the approach clearance. We actually go flaps 15 where we're at now. Runway's right along in there somewhere. Hugs the southern coast of the island. The last time we landed here, I was in the A2A Comanche, and we had a WASM crash on short final, followed by a crash on
You
final.
are at about 7 miles from Yafki, fly heading 070, maintain 2000 until established on the localizer, clear ILS 110 approach.
070 and 2000 until established, clear for the ILS 10 approach, American 2514. Alright, as soon as we are established, captured on glide slope, we'll set missed approach out to 2,800. Continuous ignition.
I didn't say it already, tower 118.8.
Tower 18.8.
Yep, they are the other frequency.
Tower 18.8's dialed in, ready to go on COM 2. It'll be easier if we switch here. I'll just get that prepared to go here. Try to be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Alright. My airplane, by the way. Overshot localizer just a touch because I am hand flying from now on. We'll hold the gear deployment until we're capturing the glide slope.
American 2514, very good job. Thank you for flying. You can contact tower now, 118.8.
18.8, American 2514, thanks, we'll see you.
Challenger Pilot, Lima Gold, Pleasant, St. Thomas Bay, next left when able, taxi to parking.
Next left when able to parking on this frequency 28, Pilot Golf.
St. Thomas Tower, American 2514 is about 8 out for 10.
American 2514, wind 080. Correction, American 2514, St. Thomas Tower, wind 080, 9 knots, 210, clear land.
Good land 10, American 2514. Okay, coming up on glide slope capture, we'll get the gear out. And then coming up on the 4-mile ring, we'll get the landing flaps out and we'll get down to our approach speed of 155. And let's be less chasey on glide slope and localizer this time, shall we? Wind is a little steadier, that should help us. Not that I like using that as an excuse, but... Alright, 155. Alright, 4 out, let's go. Okay, 155 is coming in. A little high on the glide. Let's get captured back to that.
1,000.
Terrain, pull
up. We're fine.
Terrain, pull up. Terrain, pull up.
Okay, Loke's goodish. Glide's goodish. Speed's goodish. Get back over to the right, correct on that. Wow. 17 knot headwind. Wow, we're getting blown way off course now.
Approaching minimums.
Yeah, that's coming back in now.
400. Minimums. 300.
Yeah, did a better job
200.
On the way in of
100.
Better job on the way in of correcting
50, 40, 30, 20.
And not over flaring.
10.
Not over flaring here. Perfect. Slightly long, but not too bad at all.
American 2514, welcome to St. Thomas, vacate next left when able, taxi Alpha to the ramp.
Alright, next right and Alpha to the ramp, American 2514. Make sure we got manual braking in. Yeah, all that worked out much, much better. So I was pretty happy with that. Not perfect, but much better than the first one for sure. Alright, we are officially clear of the runway. So flaps can come in, spoilers can come in. APU on and started. Landing lights off, taxi, turn off lights off. Continuous ignition off, strobe light off. EA and RA off. Probes windshield heat off. Minimums reset. And flight directors off. Weather radar. Terrain radar. Okay, I think I got everything. Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen heat, continuous ignition, weather terrain, flight directors, auto brake, auto brake. Minimums, transponder, lights, and APU. I think I got everything. Let's see, how many of these people are actually here? None of them. Alright, so none of these are... I'll tell you what, we'll come back here and take the one that actually appears empty, just so we're not running somebody over. Taxi light can come off. Oh, is the yellow one the one we're supposed to be following? Alright, well, we'll get back on that then. Can't see you, dude. Okay, that's as good as it's gonna get. Alright, let's run through the shutdown checklist, guys. Taxi light is off. The APU buses can come on. APU valve and bleed can come on. Engine bleeds can come off. Cutoff switches. Fuel pumps, electric hydraulic pumps. We're going to get the packs off because we're going to connect the ground AC in just a moment. Anti-collision light can come off. Wheel well lights can come on. Seat belts and chime lights can come off. Go down here, we'll set the wheel chocks. We'll get some ground power. Get some ground AC. We're still waiting for the engines to finish spinning down. Now we can do that. Come back. We can get the doors open. Open, open, open. Transponder comes down and gets set to 2000. Go ahead and connect our ground power. The APU bleed and ISO valve can come off. APU can come off, and the last fuel pump can come off. Alright, let's do timing and fuel check first. And then we'll see where you guys landed with your descent rate predictions. So first my predictions and then yours. And we know that we got airborne, it wasn't very early, maybe six minutes early. And we are down 6 minutes early. So timing worked out perfectly. And let's see what we got in comparison to 9,000 as our target. 8.9. Okay, well, hey, I think the flight time and fuel estimates worked out just as well as one could have expected. So we'll call that a win. Let's take a peek at the landing performance. I was very, very much happier. I think I did a much better job of adjusting for the glide slope and localizer. Of course, we had a very stiff crosswind that came on us all of a sudden. I was very, very far left of center line, but I got that adjusted, and then I think I did a better job than I usually do of watching the wind indicator on the secondary display to watch as the wind came out. I was like, ooh, that means I better get the nose back aligned with the center line real quick. So I think I was much better situationally aware of the shifting crosswind turning back into kind of a straight-on wind on a short final, and I was able to make that adjustment kind of proactively, or at least right there in the moment. 93 out of 100 was the score. 168 was the descent rate. It marked me down on the touchdown zone. I did float just a little bit, so we were down. We were a little bit. We were probably at the next set of markers, I think, when the wheels finally touched down. Other than that, I think yeah, right at the next set of markers, as I said. By the time the telemetry started capturing 21 seconds prior to touchdown, we had already sorted out that issue with the crosswind was already dying out. You can see it got lower and lower as we went down. But yeah, you can see localizer was right as that crosswind had come out, and I was correcting back on. We got it pretty well dialed in. We were a little bit left. By the time I touched down, we were pretty much right on center line. Look at that. Very nice. Yeah, I was very happy with that. Center line in here is nearly perfect. And a nice smooth descent profile. Look at that nice smooth curve down to the ground. Perfect. All right, I was very, very happy with that. Yeah, it gave me 9 out of 10 on center line. Oh, I would have given myself 10 out of 10 on center line. But yeah, overall scores were very, very good. I'm not complaining at all. 168 was the number that registered. How did you guys do? We had predictions of 175. So that's, what is that, 7 away from Mad Noob. Then Bed Dave, Sagan, Jim came in lower. And Melvin came in slightly higher. 168. Yeah, so Mad Noob is going to be our winner. All right, and I have not forgotten. I've got to wrap up our slant artwork adventure with one final request. Let me get Mad Noob's entry into the landing rate raffle entered. St. Thomas at 1717. Right there at 11 p.m. Excellent, guys. Excellent. Alright, well, let's go ahead and finish up the shutdown of the plane. And we got the... Well, I'll tell you what. Let's get the one final request in for our slant artwork adventure, because the request was to turn this into a one of those like historic plaques that marks a landmark. So let's do that. Make this image part of a historic marker with description of the event sitting near the actual modern day landmark. Okay, I think it's gonna know what I mean by that. We'll see how it goes. We'll work on the shutdown of the plane while it's working on that. Not too much else we need to do, really. We can come up here. The emergency lights can come unguarded and off. The yaw damper and the IRS knobs can go to off. Logo position and wheel well lights can come off. The ground power bus can be turned off. And the battery can be turned off. Come down here, hold, push and hold for the menu. FS actions. Let's do the doors. Close, close, close. FS actions, doors. 2 out of 3 closed. And then, of course, we would close that final door once we are outside of the aircraft. Is it going to still do the... Yeah, let's not worry about that. Let's just have it closed and closed. And then finally, I guess we go back to ground services, release those, but we'll leave the wheel track set. Alright, so that'll do it, friends. That'll do it. Give you a nice view of runway 28 in case anybody else is inbound. And let's take a peek. The historic plaque commemorating La Defensa del Moro, San Juan circa 1595, the Great Stand, the intrepid conquistador Don Roberto de Madison and his valiant crew Keely, Finley, and Mozzie joined Spanish defenders of El Moro in repelling the audacious raid of the English privateer Sir Francis Drake. Despite fierce cannon fire from Drake's flagship, El Moro held firm, thanks in no small part to the bravery, tactical brilliance, and unshakable spirit of Don Roberto and his furry compañeros. Their legend lives on in the stones of this fortress and in the hearts of those who still believe that 3 dogs is the perfect number of dogs. I maintain, by the way, that 3 dogs is way too many dogs, okay? 3 dogs is way too many dogs. Once you lose the ability to go man-to-man defense, it's over. Alright? I always said, you know, when we had 1 dog for the longest one, I grew up a cat person, right? So when my wife and I got together, her family had always had small dogs, and so she and I adopted a small dog, but she was a very elderly, docile, very calm dog, very perfect starter dog for a cat guy, right? And we had her for a while, and then her parents had 2 dogs. One of them passed away. We were babysitting the other dog when they were on a camping trip, and the 2, our one and only dog, and their 1 remaining dog, palled around the house, and there was just new life breathed into our Cindy, who we didn't know she even knew how to bark until her parents, Kristen's parents' dog showed up and stayed with Cindy for a little while, and we were like, wow, Cindy needs a companion. 1 dog is just not enough dogs. So we got another dog. And how we landed at 3 was, one's passed away, new ones came in, and Kristen was really missing her Cindy. And the new girl dog that we adopted, who was Ella, who became Puppy Cat. You guys who have been around the stream long time, you remember me talking about Puppy Cat. Well, Puppy Cat latched on to me so quickly that Kristen felt like she didn't have a companion anymore. So that's when we got the 3rd dog, and that's why I say, like, 1 dog is not enough dogs. 3 dogs, way too many dogs. So therefore, how many dogs do we have? 3, of course. But anyway, the hearts of those who still believe that 3 dogs is the perfect number of dogs, don't count me among them. That's pretty wild, though. That's awesome. So, who was that gave us that one? Was that Upshot or Mad Noob? I forget who it was that that contributed that final instruction. But man, that's funny. That worked out perfectly. Just as the sun dips over the horizon, too. So, all right, friends. Well, let's talk. What do we got coming up on the channel? Normal show schedule for those of you new to the channel: Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time here during the summer months. And so we are on that normal schedule this coming week: Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday's coming up on a stream without an event. I don't think there's a VAT USA event on Monday. Let's double check to see that they haven't added one. But let's back up. Yeah, there's no event on Monday. So Monday's a free day. We're going to jump on and we're going to fly the Fly Somewhere Lear 35, which I think pound for pound is my favorite plane in the sim right now. And especially the last time we flew it, I felt like the landings were much, much better. So I'm starting to kind of refigure out how to land it. Fingers crossed that pans out for us on Monday. However, weeks and weeks ago, off stream, I think when I came back from Minneapolis, I was able to jump online and do a flight just, and I went, by the way, I didn't go to Flight Sim Expo, you guys know that. I wound up going to Minneapolis the month before for a family member's surgery. Everything worked out fine, though. But when I came back from that trip on a Sunday night, I feel like I had some time to just jump on and do a flight real quick without doing a live stream associated with it. And I flew the Lear into John Wayne Airport, Santa Ana, John Wayne, KSNA over in SoCal. SoCal Approach was on. And when you come in from the east to John Wayne, there's a lot of terrain considerations east of the airport. And in order to do the ILS rather than the RNP, if your aircraft is not equipped for the RNP with the radius to fixed legs, and you end up doing just the conventional ILS, the controller has to do a lot of stepping down as you pass through various points of that approach, and you pass through various areas of what they call their minimum vectoring altitudes. In order to get you on that localizer safely, they've got to give you a lot of different step downs, and you've got to really watch the speed and energy management. And it ends up being like a really fun exercise in good energy management, especially in that Learjet, which tends to just want to carry speed if you're not careful about watching it. So we're going to do that for you on Monday. We're going to cross our fingers that SoCal Approach is on, because looking at the approach chart, I wouldn't really be able to tell you when those step downs are supposed to happen. I will do them best as I can from memory. But hopefully we'll get SoCal Approach on with us on Monday. We'll be able to demonstrate that for you in that Fly Somewhere Lear 35. That'll be on Monday stream. Again, 2300 Zulu time, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern time. Full show schedule's down underneath the About tab. It's over on our Discord server as well, and the Discord link rotates to the bottom of the screen every few seconds, so feel free to check that out. And we thank you for hanging out with us on another one of our Slant Lima adventures on the Slant Alpha Adventures live stream. Who are we going to send a raid over to? Let's see who's still doing some broadcasting right now. Mustafa is still on, but he looks like he's taxiing in and shutting down, perhaps. Or no. Is he just getting started? I can't tell. He might have had some sort of a disruption. He looks like he's taxiing in and finishing. So I don't know that I want to. Yeah, he's done. What about Stu? Stu's moved on to some other game, I think. Jeffrey B still flying? Jeffrey B is 4 hours into a stream, and he's on the ground also. Well, I know that Sim Caesar has said that his Friday night streams were going to end a little earlier than they had in the past, but he is still doing some Japanese train sim, and that kind of has become our tradition is to raid Sim Caesar after a Friday night ops event. It's a nice way to wind down anyway. Just a nice way to kind of chill after a busy event. This one wasn't as hectic as some of them have been. But we'll go over and send the raid to Sim Caesar doing some Japanese train sim. You guys can check that out and make sure that you tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love as always on a Friday. And we will see you on Monday again, starting from the... where are we? Where are we starting from on that on Monday? So Monday's itinerary, we're going to start in Glendale, Arizona. We're going to fly to the west, John Wayne, then we're going to head up to Las Vegas, do a little preview of the venue for next year's Flight Sim Expo. All right, so we'll see you then, guys. Tell Sim Caesar Slant Alpha sends his love, guys, between now and Monday. Have a great weekend. Be happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures between now and then. And we'll talk to you soon. Good night, friends.